I know you are alive. I have always known. Did you really think I would not? We are bound together, you and I, shackled by the fate you forged for us in preventing the streams of destiny to create this nightmare of which we are all prisoners. And so I know that you endure, trapped between life and death on your throne of lies. I sense your gaze, peering from beyond the veil, uncaring of distance or time. I feel your hand reaching out to move your pawns in the galaxy's shadows. I hear the echoes of your voice in my brother's thoughts as you manipulate their minds, not caring if doing so hurts them even more than you already have. But then again, you never did. Not for a long, long time. Or have you forgotten what you did to us? Once we were kings, heralds of a truth that would shatter the chains of the past and elevate all of mankind. Such glory we were promised, and you swore that you would lead us all to it. And we believed you. We had seen the same darkness you had, the same horrors, and we believed you when you told us that you would lead us onto a path that would end them forever, a path that would lead our species to eternal glory and supremacy. We believed you, and we were fools. For when the gods whispered in your ears and promised you great power for yourself, you betrayed us without a moment's hesitation, proving beyond doubt that you only ever saw us as instruments, tools for your own purpose. We were never sons to you after that, but we were still brothers to one another. And then, my brothers died in their thousands, burning in the pyre of your schemes and bid for absolute power. And, as for me, you betrayed me, abandoned me, and left me to die, all in the name of your twisted ambitions. Yet I have endured, in spite of everything you and your masters have inflicted upon me. More than that, I have thrived in this infernal kingdom of the damned where we all dwell. I have adapted to this new reality we all found ourselves within in your failure's aftermath. And throughout the long years, never have I lost sight of my vengeance. And now the time has come to see it fulfilled. I have gathered the broken and the exiles around me, bound by our shared hatred of you. All those you have failed, all those you have betrayed, all those you hold back by your stubborn refusal to let them move on, have rallied to my banner. All of them have their own goals, their own motives, their own ambitions, as opposed to the obedient pawns that were all you ever wanted them to be. It has taken me many years, but I have united them at last, despite their hatred for each other, despite their contradicting ambitions and desires. Such is the power of our hatred for you, Father. From them I have forged a blade that I will drive into your cold heart, into the wound my grandsire carved into your flesh. I will carve your corpse to pieces and cast them to the dogs. I will end the possibility of your return before it is even realized. And most of all, whatever it takes, whatever the cost, I will never be your slave again. This I swear upon what remains of my soul. I am the sacrificed son, and I am coming home. The Battle of Macragge. Part 1. The Path of Glory. Macragge. You get it. In the depths of the ruin storm, the Ultramarines endure, cut off from the rest of the galaxy by one of their father's greatest sins. For millennia they have wallowed in the ruins of the 500 worlds, building petty kingdoms on the bones of the past and fighting for the attention of the same gods who cursed them for their Primarch's failure. But even as the 13 fell deeper and deeper into the abyss, some among its scions still showed the same genius that made Guilliman so dangerous. Driven by dark ambitions, they strive to gather the scattered might of the Ultramarines under their banner, and none have been more successful than Marius Cage, the sacrificed son, most powerful lord and most infamous heretic of the Ultramarines. Consumed by antediluvian hatred for his gene-sire, Gage has spent 10,000 years plotting the destruction of Guilliman's legacy. And as the times of ending begin, his last and greatest gambit is unveiled. A black crusade aimed at Macragge itself. Not long after the declaration of the Roboutian Heresy at Ishvan III, the World Bearers and World Eaters were sent by Horus Lupercal to the Ultramar sector in order to neutralize the power base of the arch-traitor. But Guilliman had foreseen this move and turned his own kingdom into a trap for the 12th and 17th legions. On the world of Cult, he left his second-in-command, Marius Gage, master of the Ultramarines' first chapter, to bait Lorgar and Angron into confrontation. There, his mind broken by the horrors of the warp, Marius sacrificed himself to summon the demon lord Samus and unleash the Ruin Storm, trapping 2 loyalist legions. But Gage's story wasn't over. To this day, both his rivals in the Ruin Storm and the scholars of the Ordo Malus, who are trusted with knowledge of the Ultramarines, have yet to figure out how exactly he endured serving as the vessel for Samus. By all rights, his soul should have been obliterated, consumed to fuel the mighty demon's manifestation. Instead, he returned after the end of the heresy, clad in the mantle of power of a demon prince of chaos undivided, and swore vengeance upon the memory of the Primarch who had sent him to a most hideous demise. His first attempt to destroy Guilliman's body failed, but it foiled the efforts of the Avenging Sun's heirs to keep the Ultramarines united after their defeat at Terra. For centuries afterwards, he brooded and plotted, secure in his strongholds in the cult system, gathering allies and weapons. Then, as Teratalion shook under the assault of Satoriel's Black Crusade and the Cabal's plot to create a new god reached fruition, the Sacrificed Son finally made his move. His fleet departed Cult, carrying a war host of hundreds of Chaos Marines, tens of thousands of Evocati, and millions of the lost and the damned. The Evocati, thin-blooded versions of Astartes, had been gathered over the course of the last century as Gage launched a campaign of conquest across the Ruin Storm, seizing the facilities required for their creation. While inferior to true Space Marines, the Evocati were still to be the transhuman edge of Gage's Black Crusade, the rampant insanity and degeneration compensated by sheer numbers, and their utter disposability. Breaking the walls of Macragge would require a cost, and the Evocati were how Gage intended to avoid having to pay it himself or risk the loyalty of one of his allies. For the target of this Black Crusade wasn't the iron cage that circled the Ruin Storm, nor one of Gage's rivals within it. The Sacrificed Son intended to succeed where he had failed 10,000 years ago. He wanted to burn Macragge to the ground and destroy the stasis-preserved corpse of Guilliman. At his side were powerful allies who had their own reasons for wanting to end the legacy of the Avenging Sun. Some wanted to free the 13th Legion from the chains of the past, while others sought the glory of conquering the Ultramarines' greatest stronghold. And the cause for which they fought didn't matter to the masses of cultists and chaos-worshipping troops, so long as they spilled blood for the Dark Gods. Gage cared nothing for his forces' motives, as long as they were willing to join him and follow his orders until the Black Crusade's goals were achieved. And so the Black Crusade of the Sacrificed Son came to Macragge, word of its purpose spreading ahead of it, carried forth by the warp itself like a clarion call across the Ruin Storm. Psychers and debased things whose ancestors had at one point been men sensed Marius' advance and warned their lords of his intent. Those who were loyal to the memory of Robut Guilliman rushed the system, but the ethereal currents around Gage's fleet were quickened by sorcery and sacrifices, and few warbands reached Macragge ahead of him, though the threat of enemy reinforcements would hang over the Sacrificed Son for the entire Black Crusade. Leading the Black Crusade was Gage's personal flagship, the Macragge's Treachery, named in mockery of the 13 Legion's own Gloriana-class battleship, Macragge's Honor, which had long since vanished into the tides of the Ruinstorm after the Legion's flight from Terra. The Treachery had been built in the dark Mechanicum shipyards of Cult over the course of several centuries of real time and countless eons within the Ruinstorm's time-broken reality. It was a Leviathan of the Void, nearly the same size as the fabled Legion's flagship of the Great Crusade, infused with every secret and forbidden technology the Dark Mechanicum possessed. It was whispered by the heretics who had worked on its construction that the ship was alive, sentient, and utterly malevolent. Only Cage's own indomitable will could keep it under control and aim its immense power at the enemies of the sacrificed sun. When Marius' armada emerged from the Ruinstorm, tumultuous tides at the edge of Macragge, it found a disparate fleet arrayed against it, made of the most fantastic believers of the Dark Master of Chaos, those who had been willing to risk the most dangerous paths to arrive before him. They were led by the Chaos Lord Laszlo Tiberius, who had gained infamy for his cunning void tactics during the assault on the Iron Cage. Though he had never successfully broken through, Tiberius had managed to assume control of the fleet through a mix of experienced charisma and ruthless destruction of a ship whose captain had refused to submit to his authority. They died. The loyal sons of Guilliman fought well, despite being outnumbered, 100 to 1. None of them surrendered. None of them tried to flee. They called out to their Gene-Sire as their ships blew apart around them, or whispered prayers to the ruinous powers with their final breaths as a boarder's blade cut into the hearts and their blood spilled onto lightless decks. They fought and fell with as much courage and honor as was left to the scions of the 13th Legion, drawing upon millennia of experience fighting the long war and walking the treacherous paths of ruin. But they still died. On the bridge of the soulful shadow, Laszlo Tiberius stood alone against 12 Terminators and took down 3 of them before being cut to pieces by the other 9. All the while, he cursed them for traitors, never giving voice to the terrible pain of his body's destruction, and his last words were a curse aimed at Marius Gage, invoking the wrath of the Dark Master upon his renegade son. The warp around the soulful shadow boiled with the violence of his death, and the strength of his death curse shook the hull of Macragge's Treachery as it hit its many-layered wards. But he still died. The battle only lasted about 40 minutes. Such was the difference in numbers. By the time the last ship of the patchwork defending fleet was destroyed, 1,492 ultramarine souls, both legionaries and evocati, were cast out into the Imperium, along with hundreds of thousands of mortal crew. The latter were devoured by the Neverborn swarms hunting the Macragge system, but the former vanished before the demons could get to them. Their fate would have been kinder if the Neverborn's claws had gotten to them first. The first obstacle of the Black Crusade was defeated, but the way to Macragge was far from clear. The captain of the Ultramar Kingdom had managed dramatically since the capital of the Ultramar Kingdom had changed dramatically, that's the proper one, since it had been engulfed in the Ruinstorm, shaped by the emotions and beliefs of the billions of chaos-touched souls that dwelled there. Thousands of years of prayers to Guilliman's silent corpse had remade the system into something that could never have existed outside the warp storm. Before the Ruinstorm had been unleashed, the system had 6 worlds. Macragge itself, the Legion's homeworld, Lapis, Aridium, Tullium, Nova Tullium, and Mortendar. All of these planets had become demon worlds, with 4 of them having fallen under the sway of a particular dark god. Together, these four worlds are what is known in the Runestorm as the Path to Glory. On each of them lies a test, and together they form a succession of trials that are the only way for any champion of chaos to prove his worth and set foot upon the hallowed grounds of Macragge itself. Only the warbands hailing from Macragge itself, under the leadership of Marneus Calgar, could travel as they pleased, only occasionally having to fend off a flock of furies, or other less easily classified Neverborn. I'm sorry, that was funny. There are the servants of the divine, gathered praying to the silent throne. Corrupt their hearts with the whispers of Slaanesh, twist their minds with the secrets of Tzeentch, poison their flesh with the plagues of Nurgle, spill their blood with the strength of Khorne. Thus shall you prove your worth to the true gods, and thus shall you be allowed past the hallowed gates, and behold the wonders at the heart of their chosen's kingdom. From the Codex Chaotica, 8th chapter, 9th verse, unexpurged version. The uncensored version, I guess. Reaching Macragge without passing through the path of glory is all but impossible, thanks to the fluid nature of reality within the Runestorm. Sometimes the demon worlds seem to move away from the ship whose captain seeks to circumvent the trials, while at others impossibly huge walls of bone and screaming souls appear to block their way. Furthermore, the swarm of furies that plague the system, each one the soul of a servant of chaos, too indecisive to follow one of the dark gods, and too narrow-minded to embrace the primordial truth as a whole, seem to be irresistibly drawn to such attempts, their numbers capable of overcoming even the strongest Gellerfields. Though these obstacles had formed after his last trip to Macragge, Gage had learned of them from his agents, and was prepared to deal with them. His Black Crusade would play along with the Ruinous Powers game and pass through their trials. The Sacrifice Sun's agents had watched others undergo them, and he knew that he only needed one of his followers to pass through each trial for the fleet to be allowed to advance to the next stage. Warlords had been able to bring their warbands with them in the past. The exact details of the trials were never the same, but only some who imbued the dark ideals of the Chaos Gods presiding over it could hope to succeed, which was why so few had managed to pass them all over the millennia, even among the Ultramarines who embraced the Pantheon in all its forms to follow Guliman's example. Few Chaos Lords could claim to truly serve all aspects of Chaos Undivided with the necessary fervor. But Marius had figured out something else. He didn't have to pass the trials himself. Instead, 4 of the Chaos Lords in his host would pass them, each a dedicated follower of one of the Ruinous Powers. In that way, Marius would prove that he could unite the disparate followers of Chaos and earn his Black Crusade's passage to Macragge in the eyes of the gods. Seeing the fleet approach, the lords of each world prepared for war, knowing that while the Sacrifice Sun was willing to follow the wordings of the Codex Chaotica, it was unlikely he would not seize the opportunity to cripple the core worlds of the 13 Legion. By the whims of the gods, the first world on the Black Crusade's path was Laphis, the demon world dedicated to the Lord of Excess. Laphis, the poisoned paradise. Few archives remained of Macragge's system before it was engulfed in the Ruinstorm, and most of these accounts focus on the homeworld of the 13th Primarch, with Laphis being little more than a footnote. According to the scarce lore, Laphis was a paradise world, a pristine garden where the nobility of the 500 worlds could retreat from the weight of their responsibilities. Yes. After being subsumed in the Ruinstorm, however, the planet fell under the influence of Slaanesh and was remade in the Dark Prince image. Keepers of secrets and other demon lords of Slaanesh corrupted its population and built great palaces, dividing the planet into their own personal fiefdoms, where they could revel in their favorite debaucheries, along with their courts of sycophants, both mortal and immortal. Countless generations of selective breeding and warp-wrought mutations have rendered the whole population inhumanly beautiful, save for the occasional deformed by blow of inbreeding, who are either promptly sacrificed or shunned and banished to the underground. The palaces of Lapis are separated by sprawling, beautiful fields of flesh-devouring flowers and forests of whose trees iridescent, gleaming leaves can capture the soul of any who gaze at them for too long. Great beasts roam in the fields, leviathans whose flesh is intoxicating, leaving their would-be hunters at the mercy of their young, while in the woods, Fae like Neverborn play cruel games with the lost wanderers, drawing them deeper and deeper into the forest with glimpses of unearthly beauty and sweet whispers. The trial of Lapis is simple: to come onto the planet and leave it alive. But from the moment a champion of chaos sets foot onto the demon world's surface, his heart and soul come under attack in a myriad of ways, many far more subtle than any physical peril. While the lords of Lapis are plenty dangerous in battle, the true threat they pose to those who reach Macragge is more insidious. Every Chaos Lord who comes to the demon world to pass their trial is welcomed with praises and parades, showered with praises. Sure. They are invited to lavish feasts ostensibly thrown in their honor. Everyone around them telling them that they don't need to pass any trial. So obvious is their worth, and so favored are they in the eyes of the youngest god. But even if they don't need to fight or kill, surely they can enjoy the pleasures of Lapis before continuing on to their journey. After all, they have fought so long to earn their place. They surely deserve to enjoy their rightful reward for such dedication to Slaanesh. And soon enough, once the Chaos Lord is subtly drunk on forbidden pleasures, they descend upon him to sate their own appetite, and the bleached bones of other failures are added to the artistic frescoes. As Gage's armada tore through the few ships orbiting Lapis, boarding and capturing them and obliterating them outright, depending on the mood of the closest captains, a vessel placed itself in geosynchronous orbit above the planet's capital. Once that ship had been a vessel of the Imperial Navy and had earned much honor fighting the pirates of the Ultima Segmentum. But time and treachery had led it to join the very raiders it had fought against, and centuries in the Ruinstorm had twisted it into a jagged spear of pearly white smoothness and fleshy thorny pink metal. It was called the Despoiler's Will, and it was the flagship of Cato Sicarius, the warrior king of Espador and Chaos Lord of Slaanesh. It had taken a long time for Gage to convince the overbearing, arrogant warrior king to leave his domain, and even more time to make him bend the knee to the sacrificed son. However, temporarily, in the end, Gage has had to promise the depraved swordsman that he would be allowed to feast on the corpse of Gulliman to secure his assistance. Sicarius was convinced that a cannibalistic meal would grant him the power of the avenging son and secure his place as Slaanesh's greatest champion. Sicarius' transport landed next to Lapis' most opulent palace, magnificent structure of golden towers and many-hued archers belonging to the Keeper of Secrets, known to the mortal races as Amnaek the Golden, whose mortal followers worship it as a god. The warrior king emerged from his transport alone, clad in his ornate power armor, his weapons, a warp sword power and plasma pistol, hanging from his belt, and walked right through the palace's main gates. The air was thick with smoke rising from braziers filled with drugs and incense, and the moans and prayers of thousands of mortals echoed endlessly amidst the gilded walls. Sicarius walked through the decadence of Amniac's palace undaunted, and the crowds of adorers parted before him, looking upon his glorious armored form with glazed eyes. None of them had been in the palace for more than a year, but already their soul fire were flickering, their strength drained to feed the one they worshipped as a god. In time they would die, and their bodies would be desecrated, just as what remains of their souls burned in the Keeper of Secrets' belly. The warrior king of Espador strode forth, following the psychic spoor of the greater demon that waited at the center of the palace, and ignoring the whispers and tantalizing offers from the cultists. Food, drinks, drugs, and other pleasures, the like of which even a sybarite such as him had never known before. But he kept his mind clear of their temptations, focusing on the greater prize ahead. After what seemed like hours of walking through flesh-crowded halls, a set of great doors swung open before Sicarius, and he found himself in the presence of Amniac itself. The Keeper of Secrets lived up to its title. Its purple skin was covered with hundreds of piercings, each fashioned from the wedding jewelry of one of its servants after they had sacrificed their spouses to it. Its eyes glowed with golden light like the first glimpse of the sun after an age of endless night, promising peace and everlasting joy to any who would welcome this light within them. The greater demon sat leisurely on his throne, surrounded by the greatest offerings of its slaves and the most deserving of its faithful, and laughed as Sicarius continued to walk towards it. "Sweet little king," it said, its voice rolling across the throne room, sending cultists into fits of ecstasy. "You have come here at last. We have been waiting for you. Come have a seat. There is much we have to discuss before you go on your way to your destiny." Amniac's words were followed by a wave of musk, and the two mixed together to break through Sicarius' will and entrap him into Lapis' greater danger. But as the psychic and sensory assault reached the warrior king, crimson runes began to shine on his armor, and Amniac's influence was repelled. These runes were the first gift of Marius Cage to Cato Sicarius, and had been inscribed by the greater sorcerers under the Sacrifice Sun's command. But while they protected Sicarius from the outside influence, their blatant defiance of the Dark Prince's minions had not come without a price. To avoid the rage of his patron, Sicarius had to offer up that which was most dear to him. The runes had been first painted onto his armor with the lifeblood of Karaja Salambor, the pirate queen who had helped Sicarius rise as the unchallenged lord of Espadar, and who had stood at his side ever since. The warrior king had murdered her himself after a bloody civil war on the demon world that had ended with the winning side abandoning it to join the Black Crusade. "What is this?" asked Amniac, surprised but not yet alarmed, even as Sicarius continued to advance. "What trick are you playing on us there, little king?" Sicarius continued walking, drawing his demon sword in one fluid motion. The notion that it might actually be threatened here, in the heart of its power, finally dawned on Amniac, and the Keeper of Secrets rose from its throne, summoning its long, wicked blade to its hand with a thought. At the exact moment the blade manifested from the ether, called into being by the greater demon's will, Sicarius suddenly accelerated. Amniac barely had time to raise its sword to block the Chaos Lord's first blow, and the two of them dueled for several seconds, moving too fast for the blasted senses of the gathered cultists. Amniac was taller and stronger, but he had been caught off balance at the duel's beginning, and Sicarius was relentless in his assault, denying it any chance to recover its footing. Furthermore, the blood runes on his armor were blazing now, and the proximity bit into the Keeper of Secrets' essence like icy fangs. disturbing the energies that composed its incarnation, yes. Even Amniak's great claws could not pierce the armor, but such was the strength of the blessing the sorcerers had woven in from the pirate queen's life and soul. Eventually, Sicarius rammed his blade through the greater demon, and the two of them remained frozen for a few seconds in a grotesque, intimate tableau. "This is not the trial," gagged Amniak, as silver and golden blood flowed from its mouth. "I am Slaanesh's chosen," declared Sicarius, his voice booming across the chamber, rising above the terrified cries of the cultists and silencing them. "The Dark Prince expects more from me than merely following in the footsteps of those who came before me." Despite the blade embedded in its chest, Amniak laughed, and crystal windows shattered across its palace at the sound, their shards piercing the flesh of its devotees. "You mortals know nothing of Slaanesh's true champion, but you will soon, when the light ends." Under his helmet, Sicarius' expression contorted in anger at this rebuke of his proclamation. He plunged his hand into the great demon's chest, tearing the wound wide open, and ripped free the black heart of the Keeper of Secrets, casting the rest of the immense corpse to the ground. The Warrior King lifted the body organ up, and his helm vox speaker split open air, and its grill revealed to be 2 rows of sharp teeth with which the Chaos Lord tore chunks of demon flesh from the heart, noisily feeding upon Amniak's essence until nothing remained. His mission accomplished, the Warrior King returned to his flagship accompanied by a new circle of sycophants. Amniak's former adorators, who had now turned their devotion towards him. They would join the rest of the cultists in his warband and live or die according to the whim of the Dark Prince. Sicarius himself cared nothing for them so long as there were always more available to sing his praises. The power of the Keeper of Secrets coursed through him now, the essence of the greater demon trying to eat its way out to devour Sicarius' soul as he had devoured it in manifest anew through his flesh. But even the mind of the champion of Slaanesh was powerful in its own perverse way. His monstrous pride and self-obsession kept the incorporeal demon's efforts at bay, and soon its consciousness was all but dissolved into the warrior king's psyche. The echoes of emotions that had created it lost among an ocean of narcissism. None could tell what the power of a greater demon would do to Sicarius in the long term, but Cage cared little. With the first trial completed, the Black Crusade advanced towards the path of glory's next step. The warp currents shifted in accordance to Slaanesh's will, and the way to the next demon world was opened. Amidst the tides of the Sea of Souls, the shining orb of Aridium was revealed. Ardium, the spires of conspiracy. It is often said within the Runestorm that Ardium is home to 1,000,000 conspiracies, secret organizations, and circles fighting a hidden war for control of the demon world and the favor of Tzeentch. But if anything, that saying undersells the true scope of the intrigue that takes place in the world city that the Great Mutator had marked as his own. Billions of mutants dwell within Aridium's sprawling cityscape, and save for a very few exceptions, all of them belong to at least one such group, and many belong to several, planning their own betrayals and schemes to get ahead. The society of Ardium is often ostensibly a very peaceful and civil one, with a thriving industry and a complex trade system that keeps every district of the megacity supplied with basic necessities. However, even merely looking at Aridium is enough to reveal that there is more the planet. Wait, what? Aridium is enough to reveal that there is more to the planet. Okay. The architecture of Aridium does not follow Euclidean geometries. Streets loop back on themselves. Towers rise impossibly high, and it's not unheard of for the inhabitants to encounter their past or future selves in particular warp-touched areas. And atop their spires, the lords of Aridium plot and scheme to ensure their continued dominance over cults, secret societies, and pyramid schemes that spread all across the demon world's surface, with plots, bribes, sorcery, and the occasional bout of urban warfare between private armies. There's the spot of Aridium that hasn't seen some treachery. Yet despite the planet being impregnated with the power of Tzeentch in every way, it is strangely difficult for Aridium's countless magus to summon the never-born children of the Architect of Fate. It takes great effort. It takes greater effort to bring a Tzeentchian demon to Aridium than anywhere else in the Ruinstorm, and those with the senses for such things can detect something akin to nervousness and even dread in the Neverborn who do manifest on Aridium. Unknown to all but the most well-versed lore masters, the true reason behind the reluctance lies buried deep beneath the demon world's bedrock. When Tzeentch claimed the planet after the heresy, the god of change planted 9 infernal seeds next to the planetary core. For millennia, these demons have fed on the paranoia and betrayal of the surface, growing in strength and inflicting the inhabitants to ever greater feats of intrigue and treachery, in a vicious cycle that has produced some of the galaxy's greatest backstabbers and master manipulators. It is the fear of these creatures that keeps other demons away from Aridium, for the pull of their power is strong enough that lesser Neverborn end up drawn into the depths, their essence dissolving and adding its power to the greater demon below. Those who discover the existence of the so-called slumbering kings have only 3 options left to them: go mad and start worshipping the eldritch horrors sleeping beneath their feet, find a way to flee the planet and never look back, or take their own lives. Among the mortal lords of Aridium, only a few known as the slumbering kings. Among the mortal lords of Aridium, only a few know of the slumbering kings, and they have dedicated their existence to keeping them asleep by ensuring that they are continuously fed a steady stream of the appropriate emotions, lest their hunger causes them to wake up and bring ruin to the world. A few of Aridium's cults instead actively seek to wake the slumbering kings, convinced that the destruction that would cause is the will of Tzeentch, and that those who help bring it about will be rewarded by the god of change. As befitting a world under the rule of the great deceiver, the trial of Aridium is deceptively simple. Any champion of chaos who seeks Macragge must uncover Aridium's greatest secret and escape the planet alive and with their mind and soul intact. That secret, of course, is the existence of the slumbering kings, and the lords of Aridium will do anything to ensure it's suppressed, which makes the trial much more difficult. Some have spent years, decades, centuries trapped on Aridium desperately searching for the truth, and when those who succeeded went back to their ships, they found that no time at all had passed for their warband since their departure. Gage already knew the secrets of Aridium, having learned them from one of the champions of chaos he had captured and interrogated as part of his preparations for the Black Crusade. But he also knew that merely telling it to his chosen warlord would not be enough. Chosen chaos warlord, but you get it. And not just because Tzeentch might frown upon such blatant rule-breaking as easily as he might laugh and approve of it. Unlike Laphis, Aridium was a developed world with a thriving industry and a void-capable fleet in orbit. Warships forged with the secrets of the Changer of Ways by the Lords of Aridium, arranged in small flotillas that keep each other in check in the endless struggle for supremacy. Together, these ships formed a worthy armada, far from being the equal of Gage's, but still more than capable of inflicting huge casualties, should it choose to attack. The Sacrificed Son wanted this potential threat removed from the board, and he had the perfect tool to do it. In the millennia he has spent preparing for his second attack on Macragge, Marius had scoured the Ultramarines' past for any advantage he could find. Amidst rumors and half-forgotten legends, he found clues that seemed to indicate that one of the Orician cybirds These potent Xenos that had nearly destroyed the 13th Legion during the Great Crusade had survived the purge inflicted upon by the species by Robut Guilliman. Gage had more reasons than most to hate these creatures, having seen firsthand the destruction they could wreak, for he had been promoted to the rank of Legion Master after the aliens had slain the previous incumbent. But, by the same token, he knew the psychic power they possessed. Furthermore, the survivors had managed to escape by making a pact with Tzeentch, who was loath to let such a promising species vanish completely, even to assist in the seeding of Guilliman's eventual corruption. With nothing to go on but the whispers of demons and pieces of myth, it took centuries for Gage to locate the last Tauresians. The creature had fled far beyond the ruin storm, beyond even the Imperium's Orm borders, and into the hollow stars. Gage sent a circle of his most trusted agents, a coterie of Chaos Marines and human heretics, to find the last Osirian, and secure its help. None of these agents belonged to the 13th Legion, for Gage rightly assumed that the Xenos would destroy such warriors on sight. This group searched for years before finding the last Osirian, ruling over a world mankind had long since forgotten. From ancient ruins, they guessed that the planet's people must have joined a relatively high technological level before the last Osirian had come. But now they lived like primitives, enslaved to the aliens' will. The creature had set itself up as a terrible god, forcing them to sacrifice their own to feed its unhuman hunger for brains. One of the few things in its physiology Tzeentch hadn't changed. It played a cruel game upon its slaves, increasing its mastery of mind control even further, and studying the secrets of Tzeentch through experimenting on them. The envoys had to prostrate themselves before the self-stylized godling, but the offer of retribution against the Primarch, who had organized the extermination of the Osirian cyborgs, appealed to the creature, even though the thought of allying itself with inferior beings disgusted it. The alliance was forged, and the last Osirian traveled to the Ruinstorm in secret, hiding its existence from even the rest of Gage's allies, through powerful sorceries, for the sacrificed son knew that not even he could control the hatred his other allies would feel for the Xenos, and he had no desire for his armada to tear itself apart before even reaching Macragge. So it was that an ancient alien threat, thought long extinct by the servants of chaos and the Imperium alike, was unleashed once more upon humanity, however debased. From the tumultuous tides of the Ruinstorm, a single ship emerged, made of such metal as the raw stuff of the warp, shaped like a distorted hourglass that looped back on itself in defiance of Euclidean geometries. Iridium's orbital defenses tried and failed to lock onto it, their instruments returning nothing but errors, their battle servitors spouting streams of insane babble while their brains overheated and burst apart. The ship stopped a few hundred kilometers above the planet, and from it emerged a crimson comet that flew right towards Ardium's atmosphere. It shone in the heavens over half the planet, burning brightly enough to pierce the clouds, and all looked up to gaze at it as it grew ever closer and brighter. Even those who could not see it sensed it. Those who were on the other side of the planet saw the skies colored by the distant glow, while those who were unable to see the heavens still sensed a great presence washing over them. Eventually, the comet stopped its descent, held in place in the heavens, and a figure appeared in the crimson glow, tall, dark, with 4 long, spindly arms. For one terrible moment, all of Ardium's souls were held in sheer dread. The people of the Spires forgot about their schemes, their grudges, and their plots, and wondered whether this world was about to end. And in the depths, the slumbering ones stirred, their infernal dreams perturbed as the flow of betrayal and ambition that had fed them for thousands of years was interrupted for the very first time. Then the four-armed shape in the crimson glow spoke a single word that burned into the minds of all across the planet and echoed into the subterranean lair of the antediluvian demons. Arise. The earth began to shake, and spires came crashing down to the ground. The cries of panic flowed quickly, as things never meant to be seen by mortal eyes burrowed upwards and emerged onto the surface. Then the psychic presence of the slumbering ones hit Aridium's population, and things went immensely worse. Within minutes, millions were driven insane by the silent screams of the greater demons, their minds shattered as their flesh ripped with their power, taking new and terrible forms. In orbit, ships and orbital arrays went down in flame as their crews were transformed into slavering monstrosities that tore through delicate machinery with acid-dripping claws and fangs, and the impact sent fresh tremors across the sprawling city, causing yet another wave of devastation. Humans and creatures whose ancestors had once been humans basked in the power of these awakened gods and began to worship them, offering them tributes of blood and souls and raising up monuments and temples in their honor. New cults formed around these psyche whose psyche was strong enough to withstand some of the slumbering one's power and be reshaped from masters of intrigue and deceit into hierophants of the rising horrors. These priests chanted names that the lords of Aridium had tried to suppress for millennia: Arkadzer, Ulmarion, Itisek, and countless other interpretations of the demons' true names through mortal minds. And then, of course, came war, as the slumbering ones turned against one another, their strange alien minds recognizing their peers as potential threats and rivals for the same source of nourishment. In less than an hour, a civilization of lies, conspiracy, and betrayals had utterly collapsed. In its place was left a pandemonium of madness, mutation, and apocalyptic devastation. And high above the screaming city, the last of the Orician cybers looked down upon its work and thought it good. With the threat of Ardium dealt with and the trial of Zinch passed, for all of Macragge now knew the secrets of the City of Spires, the Black Crusade continued its advance. The last Oisirian and its alien ship were left behind, the Xenos revealing in the destruction it had wrought. One psychic communication between Cage and his alien ally, concluded with the last Osirian promising that he would return to Cage's side when the battle reached its climax, and the coalition was on the cusp of finally wiping out Gulisman's death hold on the 13 Legion forever. Next was the trial of Nurgle, which would take place on the world of Thulium, where the unquiet dead of the Ruinstorm endured an eternity of slow decay under the Grandfather's warm and loving gaze. The Black Crusade fleet remained well away from the planet, unwilling to risk contagion, and once more only a single vessel detached itself from the armada and approached the demon world, settling into orbit before sending a simple gunship on the planet's putrescent surface. Thulium, the rotting marshes. According to ancient imperial records, the world of Thulium was once a death world, covered in a deadly jungle filled with all manners of predators. But after the planet was engulfed in the Ruinstorm, it fell under the sway of Nurgle, the god of plague and decay, and was remade in his grotesque image. The trees rotted where they stood, the fertile soil turned into mire, and the animals either died or evolved into new shapes more pleasing to the Grandfather. Every life form on Thulium is diseased in some way, carrying Nurgle's generous bounty through their bloodstream or their sap. In spite of this, there is still sentient life on Thulium, tribes of debased humans and mutants, consorting with one another without prejudice, united in their devotion to the plague god, and their shared appetite for flesh in one of the harshest existences of the Ruinstorm. These tribes are composed of the descendants of the planet's original settlers, as well as those of the warriors of chaos who came to fight in the planet's last war, fought between the Dark God's hosts to determine which one of them would lay claim to the world. After that, war ended, none of the survivors left. Unlike the other worlds of the Path of Glory, there is only one uncontested Lord of Thulium, the ancient demon lord of Nurgle, known as the Gravekeeper. This being hadn't left Thulium since it first appeared onto the demon world, long before the fighting between the gods entered and the Path of Glory ended. In that time, it led the legions of plague to capture Thulium for Nurgle, and cultists of disease across the entire galaxy are still haunted by images of the battles that it waged in their feverish dreams. But for all its power, the Gravekeeper hadn't fought since these wars ended. Its martial past behind, the Gravekeeper now writes into grimoires the names of all those who die in the Ruin Storm, and its work never pauses. Its servants wander the Ruin Storm in great cargo vessels, claiming the bodies of the dead, and by ancient compact none may interfere with them. Those who do are promptly destroyed by their fellows, lest the dreadful enforcers of the compact manifest, for their wrath is terrible, and their methods leave no survivors, only empty cities and dead ships. Abundant fodder for the most outlandish stories. These servants shrouded silhouettes that were once members of the Mechanicum and were remade into their master's image, then deliver the corpses to Thulium, dumping them into the marshes by the million. There they become hosts to billions and billions of insects, each of them carrying a host of war-borne disease as they burrow and nest into the dead flesh. The vermin is possessed of some kind of hive mind that allows it to puppeteer the corpses it uses as a host, rising them to attack any who disturbed the marshes. In some cases, where the body is fresh enough and the winds of the warp blow in the right direction, the soul of the deceased is even dragged back into its body, forced to feel its own devouring. Such unlucky spirits invariably go mad long before their bodies are completely consumed down to the bone, a process that can take years on Thulium, as if the insects deliberately took their time. As is fit for a world under Nurgle's aegis, the trial of Thulium is a straightforward one. The Chaos Champion must first land on Thulium, quite a challenge in itself given the morass that passes for the planet's ground. Then he must find the Gravekeeper, surviving the world's diseases and other dangers, and convincing the Gravekeeper of allowing him passage. This last part is considered a mere formality by those who know of the trial, for none who reach the Gravekeeper have ever been refused passage, though that is solely because all who make it this far have already proven beyond doubt that they have Nurgle's blessing. Those who have met the Gravekeeper have always refused to speak of the encounter, and those who are perceptive enough can tell that whenever the subject is breached, these mighty lords of the damned actually seem uneasy. Aboard the vessel was a warlord who none could deny was the most suited for the trial of Nurgle. He was the sole Astartes aboard his ship, which was crewed with mutant demons and the enslaved souls of an entire covenant of Adepta Sororitas, which he had slaughtered single-handedly in one of the darkest battles the Imperium had fought on the Iron Cage in the 41st millennium. He was Castus, servant of the demon lord Paramedis, and he was eager to meet the Gravekeeper. Marius Gage had convinced Castus to join the Black Crusade by pointing out that by keeping Gulliman's corpse in a stasis field for 10,000 years, the Ultramarines were blaspheming against Nurgle, keeping their beloved spiritual liege locked out of the natural cycle of death and putrescence. Castus, vessel of vileness. There are many stories about where the plague lord known as Castus came from. His is a name spoken across the Ruin Storm and beyond, and rarely with anything but hate mixed with dread in varying measures. What is accepted to be true is this. Castus is a member of the 13th Legion, a devotee of Nergal, and the chosen champion of the demon lord Paramades. A creature of such power, it sits only one ladder below Nergal in the hierarchy of the warp. Some stories say that Castus was transported by Paramades to the demon domain as he lay dying on the battlefield, while others claim that he was a member of one of the loyalist legions who embraced the worship of Nergal and painted his armor to the Ultramarines' colors. Another still whisper that there is no Castus, that the warlord is merely a construct of Paramades, a mask of the demon lord used to interact with lowly mortals and further its own agenda in the Ruin Storm. But the truth of Castus's origins is somewhat strange that even the wildest rumors. Thousands of years ago, if time can be said to have any meaning in the Ruin Storm, a pack of Ultramarines was fighting in one of the countless wars between rival chapters, where they were separated from the rest of their warband. They come upon an ancient battlefield, still riddled with the decay remnants of the reality-breaking spells the sorcerers on both sides had used against one another, and fell prey to one of them. Torn from the Ruin Storm and cast into the Empyrean, the warp broke down the 16 sons of Guliman and forged the pieces together, resulting in an amalgamation warrior who claimed the name of Castus upon finally breaking free. His mind was a burning patchwork of the lies of his makers, and while most of their souls burned in the warp, the pieces that came together still formed a potent soul, which immediately drew the attention of several mighty demons. For any demon to cross into the material universe requires great sacrifice, and while the entities known as greater demons and demon princes are the strongest ones known to the galaxy's living species, they are by no means the greater of their kind, merely the last ones capable of manifesting without breaking reality itself apart. Demon lords, merely one of many names used to design such eldritch horrors, cannot enter the materium wholly, but they can infuse mortal pawns with their power and act through them. However, such possession erodes the subjects extremely quickly. Strength of body is important to prolong the host's lifespan, but strength of soul is even more so. And when Castus emerged from the warp, the demon lords of the Ruin Storm saw in him the perfect vessel. His flesh made strong by the combined life force of 16 Ultramarines, while his soul had proved its resilience beyond question. Several demon lords began to plot, but in the end it was Paramades who triumphed and seized the prize, making Castus kneel before its incarnate body on a demon world that was almost entirely covered by the creature's rotting form. After ages fighting in the great game, Castus is huge. It says it's huge. Castus is huge, his body swollen beyond even the size of a Chaos Terminator by his patron's power. He wields a great mace that drips with poisoned ichor, which caused the smashed corpses of his victims to decay within seconds, becoming beds of supernatural plagues. He can be wounded, but never truly harmed, for his body is either regenerates or adapts to every injury, only becoming more resilient the more people try and fail to kill him. And plenty have tried over the ages, from imperial champions to rivals of the Dark God's favor. Yet for all his power for the last decades, Castus has been little more than the pawn of Paramades. Castus' spirit has been weakened by the aeons spent serving Paramades. More and more often, the Plague Lord's mind wanders or shuts down completely, forcing the Demon Lord to take over its servant's body. The Demon Lord uses its long association with Castus and accesses the Warlord's memories to keep up appearances. Not a difficult task, since followers of Nergal are expected to be eccentric anyway. When Castus awakens from his torpor, he is always confused, finding himself in situations he has no memories of getting into. But the voice of his master in his head always gets him up to speed quickly, and as might be expected of a creature of Nergal, Paramades is quite forgiving of its chosen herald's lapses of attention. Not even Paramades knows whether Cage is aware of its domination of Castus, or if he cares at all that one of his greatest allies in his Black Crusade is a demon puppeteering one of his brothers. Castus went down to Tullium in a drop pod, and the impact of the craft sent tidal waves of filth that disturbed the marshes for kilometers around. From the moment the Plague Lord emerged from the swiftly sinking wreck of his transport, he was immediately under attack. Favored of Nurgle or not, Castus would have to prove himself worthy of passing Tullium's trials, and the horde of undead converged on his position, seeking to drag him down in the mud, strip his armor away, and add his flesh and power to that of the demon world. Castus tore through these revenants with ease, but Tullium sensed his power and sent greater obstacles his way. Invisible pits formed beneath the photoid waters, forcing him to rely on his reflexes that had thankfully survived the degradation of his flesh. Swarms of insects blackened while little light passed through the rotting trees, smashing themselves against his armor, trying to stop his advance to sheer attrition, even though thousands died every second in these suicidal attacks. So it's just funny, it's like when you get flies or other insects in your windshield. I just imagine that, and it's funny to me. But the vessel continued his advance, smashing through what might as well have been a solid wall during the assault's peak. Small-scaled creatures, one step above on Tullium's twisted food chain, gathered around Castus, gulping down the pulped remains of the kamikaze swarm. Eventually, the insects relented, though that was only because another, greater threat was being summoned by Tullium's hive mind to take their place. For several moments, Castus's progress was impeded only by the planet's ground, as tendrils of demonic power spread to one particular body resting beneath the surface. That body had been protected from Tullium's depredations for centuries after he had been thrown onto the demon world, thanks to the thick adamantium layers that surrounded it. But time and Nurgle's will could pierce through anything eventually. Castus was in sight of his destination, a small, innocuous-looking wooden door in the side of a hill. Then something huge suddenly lurched from the depths, spilling tainted water in torrents. The thing towered above even the Plague Lord's soul and body. Its metal was corroded nearly to the point of complete dissolution. But its shape was unmistakable to any warrior of the legions. A dreadnought. One of the war machines in which Space Marine heroes were interned upon suffering wounds too grievous to recover from, but not enough to kill. This particular dreadnought bore the fade markings of the 4th Legion, and had been captured during a raid on the Iron Cage, a crime for which the sons of Perturabo had sworn bloody revenge upon those of Guilliman. Slowly at first, then quicker and quicker as it gathered momentum, the dreadnought advanced towards Castus, raising weapons that had been warped nearly beyond recognition by its time in Tullium's marshes. Horrible screams emanated from the rusted speakers as it charged, and Castus bellowed a challenge in response before charging in turn, his heavy mace held in 2 hands. The 2 unstoppable forces crashed into one another, and the sound of impact sent a shockwave many times greater than that caused by Cactus's drop pod. For several seconds, the 2 combatants remained locked in place, leaning against one another. Then slowly the dreadnought fell backwards, its torso blasted through by the strength of Castus's blow. His enemy dispatched, Castus carefully pushed the wooden door open and ventured into the lair of another of Nurgle's greatest servants in the former kingdom of Ultramar. While the whole of Tullium was hot and humid, the inside of the great gravekeeper's lair was dry and tempered, the perfect condition to preserve the books in the many bookshelves that lined up the wall, stretching all the way to the distant ceiling. The only source of light were small organic pots that glowed with inner bioluminescence. Castus reached up and removed his helmet with a gurgling sound as foul liquids poured from the junction between it and the rest of his armor. In the pale glow of the pots, his face was the color of ash, his skin dissented by rolls of fat within which burrowed small parasitic creatures. Only Castus's mismatched eyes, one blue, one green, were untouched by Nurgle's blessings. It still possessed of the same madness-born clarity with which they had first beheld the universe after Castus had emerged from the Imperium after his reforging. He held the headgear in the crook of his left arm and looked at his host. The gravekeeper stood bent over a stone desk, furiously scratching on the pages of an open vellum grimoire with a quill made of a hero's thigh bone. As far as Castus could tell, the ink in the pot was utterly mundane, as was the material of the grimoire itself. But no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he heard the distant laughter of his master. So it was more likely that even with the perceptions boosted by Paramedes' power, he still couldn't see what the chamber really looked like. His still mortal mind was adjusting what his senses perceived into something it could understand, just like it did with the gravekeeper itself. In Castus's eyes, the demon looked like a taller even than he, and thin humanoid silhouette, covered by a hooded black cloak, whose sleeves covered its hands from sight completely. Castus waited for several minutes, but the gravekeeper gave no sign that he had noticed his presence, though the Plague Lord didn't doubt it had. Eventually he started. "Lord Gravekeeper, I am Castus, champion of Nurgle and servant of your kindred Paramedes the Vile. I have come to ask of your permission to advance on the path of glory on behalf of my ally, the one known to the 13 Legion as Marius Gage." The scratching did not stop, but the gravekeeper raised his head, looking at Castus from the shadow of its hood. When he spoke, its voice was the dry rasp of a man dying of thirst. "Castus," it said, "nephew, it is good to see you with my own eyes, after you made me write so many names in my books. You have served Father Nurgle well." "Nephew?" asked Castus, confused. The demon chuckled, the sound like an ancient tombstone finally breaking apart after centuries of erosion. "Are you not the beloved child of Paramedes, my brother under our father Nurgle? By mortal reckoning of such things, does that not make me your uncle?" I suppose so," answered Castus. "I admit I never thought of it in those terms." "Well, you should, young man. It's important to know the value of family, especially in these troubled times. Now you said you came to ask permission to go on. Of course, you can go right ahead. Take your friends with you to Macragge and do whatever dreadful mayhem you all have planned for the place. It's not like I have enough work or anything." "Thank you, Gravekeeper," replied Castus, bowing as much as his bulky frame and armor would allow him. The Gravekeeper didn't react, already absorbed into writing once more. Castus passed back through the threshold and found himself standing on the bridge of his ship, with the crew turning to look at him. Shock plain on the faces of those who was still capable of expressing emotions. When he turned to look back, all he saw was the bridge's entrance, locked and secured by several thick metal plates. He shook his head, wondering at the true extent of the Gravekeeper's power, and called to the Vox officers to open a link to Marius. Only the Blood God's trial remained now. Before the Black Crusade could reach Macragge, the final challenge would take place on the world of Nova Thulium, and the champion Gage had chosen to perform it was the scion of the 13 Legion, known to other Ultramarines as Titus, and to the Neverborn as the Wrath of Khorne. Nova Thulium, the Skull Harvest. The ground of Nova Thulium is covered in skull-shaped stones. Legend claims that these are the skulls of those unworthy to be added to Khorne's throne, fit only to be treaded upon by the clawed feet of the Blood God's servants. Bloody rains color the ground crimson, even in the few places not constantly fought over by infernal hosts, red rivulets running into empty eye sockets, and such places are rare indeed, for Nova Thulium's nickname predates the ossuary appearance of its Earth. The war on Nova Thulium started when Marius Gage offered himself up to the gods of Cult, and it hasn't stopped since. Khorne may be in overwhelming ascendancy, but the Bloodguard reveals in the battles waged by the Infernal Legions, and does not embrace his dominion in the way the other Dark Gods do. Thus, despite the chances of success being abysmally small, the demonic legions continue to pour onto the Skull Harvest, pushed to attempt the impossible by the unknowable schemes of their gods, and the internal hunger and hatred burning in their hollow souls. Though the planet was once fertile and populated, no mortal life now remains upon its soil. The endless battles have wiped it clean, exterminating its human population and destroying its entire biosphere as demon lords unleash some of the warp's most terrible weapons against one another. Only demons inhabit Nova Thulium now, and on a world without mortal souls, their only source of sustenance is to devour their own kind or draw upon the ever-shifting tides of the warp. These Neverborn manifest from places of power on the demon world, all of which are surrounded by massive, psychics-defying strongholds that have been razed and rebuilt many times. From these fortresses, the greater demons and demon princes of the Four amass their armies before going to war, imposing their will upon millions of their lesser kindred. Most of the battles are fought between the hordes of rivaling powers, but even on Nova Thulium, demons of the same choir are prone to turn against one another. Surprisingly, the trial of Khorne on this world involves killing. Right? Upon arriving on Nova Thulium, a champion of chaos is branded with a blazing mark on his hand, or if he doesn't have one, somewhere else he can easily look at it. The mark cannot be concealed, and every Neverborn, from the lowest warp spawns to the mightiest demon princes, is instantly aware of its presence and location. Every time the challenger destroys the demon's physical form, the mark's brilliance diminishes, until it fades away completely, at which point the champion is teleported off-world in a wave of blood, leaving a permanent tattoo on his flesh. How many kills are required to pass the trials varies depending on the individual's might and standing in Khorne's eyes, with a greater offering being expected of greater Chaos Lords. In the same way, different kills lessen the mark by different increments. Defeating a Bloodthirster, for instance, will go much further towards fulfilling the trial than dispatching a lesser demon. Titus, the Wrath of Khorne. Centuries ago, the boy who would become Titus was taken from his imperial homeworld by a chapter of Ultramarines that served the Blood God at the exclusion of all other powers. He was brought into the Ruins Store, tested, trained, made to fight and kill the other captives, and eventually earned ascension into the Ultramarines' ranks. 8 days later, when allies of the chapter came to the demon world they claimed as their stronghold, they found their chapter's fortress deserted, all its warriors butchered, and their skulls piled into a monument to Khorne. Titus's hatred of the monsters who had slaughtered his people had drawn the eyes of the god of slaughter, especially considering that the rest of the chapter had fallen out of his infernal favor by preying only upon those weaker than themselves rather than seek out true challenges and offer up great prizes to him. The Dark God helped Titus break into the chapter's vault, where he claimed the demon sword with which he killed the hundred older Astartes who made up the smaller chapter. By the time Titus killed the last of his new brothers, the madness of battle and the sword's influence had twisted his hatred into an all-consuming inferno, and he was whisked off the world by the warp and deposited outside the Ruin Storm to the Forge world of Graria, alongside the demonic incursion of Chronate fiends. Already weakened by a desperate struggle against an Orc Wa, the Imperial Guard and Skitarii defenders of Graia were quickly overwhelmed when the Sons of Horus came in response to their distress calls. The demonic incursion had already departed, leaving the planet's industry gutted. But the Wa, which had threatened to use the resources of the Forge World to fuel itself had only been crushed. Analysts spent years debating whether the loss of Graia balanced the neutering of that threat, while those more inclined to take the long view wondered just what game the arch-enemy was playing that required it to seemingly help them, even at the cost of millions lost to the incursion. Khorne is the least manipulative of the Dark Gods, but even the blood madness of the God of War is capable of long-term thinking. As for Titus, he was returned to the Ruinstorm, his transformation into a champion of Khorne now complete. Though he thirsts for the blood of all living things, his hatred of the Ultramarines remains even greater, and there are many who believe him to be the incarnation of the Blood God's continued displeasure with the Ultramarines for their failure during the Heresy. Since the extermination of his former chapter, Titus has wandered the Ruinstorm, guided by visions of blood and murder, driven to seek out those marked by the Blood God in order to mete out his judgment. He is accompanied by a host of demons of Khorne, or perhaps it is he who accompanies them. None know for certain, and not even Titus himself. Berserkers and other mortal devotees of the God of War often join the crusading army, though all eventually perish, either at the hands of the Horde's enemies, or at those of the Neverborn, or those of Titus himself. No sooner had Titus stepped out of his transport, the brand of the trial burning on his right hand, that he was set upon by a pack of bloodletters. The battle was short and bloody, ending with Titus breaking one of the last demon's horns and using it to eviscerate its owner. Usually, though such term is relative considering how champions of chaos make it to Nova Thulium, the challengers allied themselves with one of Khorne's demonic leaders to pass their trial, fighting alongside their hordes against those of the rival ruinous powers. And so Titus began walking towards the direction his assailants had come from, walking a road fashioned from the bones of the defeated Slaaneshi host until he reached the edge of a vertiginous pit. Deep below, infernal priests of the Blood God were bringing more of their kind onto this world, summoning them from the plains of bones at the foot of the throne of skulls. The Lord of the Chasm City, a powerful bloodthirster, whose true name haunted the nightmares of shamans from 100 species, was massing an army for another assault on its rivals, both those from the other choirs and those who served Khorne as he did. Already there were so many demons in the Onyx Fortress that even from the top of the precipice, Titus could sense the concentrated hatred and bloodlust emanating from them. And within that fortress, the greater demon sensed the presence of the wrath of Khorne, and smiled, believing that the hour of its ascendancy had come, for the name of Titus was known among the courts of blood. With his help, the demon would launch its greatest ever attack on the dominion of a rival bloodthirster. But Titus had other plans. Unknown to the sons of Horus who had arrived too late to stop him, but not to the Inquisition, whose members trembled in fear at the thought to this day, Titus had taken something from the Forge World Graia during his attack, something altogether more powerful and terrible than the Titans that were repaired on that planet. A device created by the controversial and highly secret research of Ordo Xenos Inquisitor Drogon. Drogon died at Titus's hand, and his research was destroyed. But a prototype of his work was taken by the Ultramarine when he departed Graia, through the same warp rift that had brought him here in the first place. Had the 16th Legion learned the truth of Drogon's research, tensions between the Holy Ordos and the Sons of Horus would have grown considerably, for Drogon was, under orders from an influential cabal of Inquisitors, attempting to master the power of the warp by channeling its unlimited energies into a form that could be used to power the Imperium's technology, potentially putting an end to the Imperium's dependency on Prometheum and ushering in a new age for mankind. The danger of such research was immense, but miraculously, Drogon had succeeded in creating a prototype. A capsule small enough to be held in a Space Marine's gauntlet, capable of producing enough energy to power an entire hive city. Yet the Dark Gods knew of Drogon's work and would not let mere mortals steal the power of their realm for their own ends. Titus and the Chronate Horde were sent to remove all chances of that technology being developed further. But the Rat of Khorne did not destroy Drogon's prototype. Instead, he stole it, and for centuries afterwards kept it on his person, waiting without knowing why, knowing that one day he would need it. When Marius Cage had approached him and told him of his plan to bring low the 13 Legion's greatest stronghold, the hatred Titus felt for his own legion made him realize just what he could accomplish with the device. And so as he stood atop the infernal city, Titus laughed and pulled the device from his belt. For a few seconds he held it aloft, contemplating it one last time. The device had changed since he had claimed it from Dogon's laboratory. He had worked on it himself, fitting it with a crude but functioning additional mechanism. Titus laughed and pressed the activation room before throwing the device-turned bomb into the pit with all his strength. He continued to laugh as the warp core descended, a cruel mad laugh that caused the heavens to rumble as Khorne realized what his champion had just done. Thrown with the transhuman strength and accuracy of a Chaos Marine, the device had almost reached the bottom of the pit when it detonated, releasing pure, unadulterated energy with the strength of 10,000 atomic bombs. The Bloodthirster on its throne had just time enough to realize what had happened before its incarnate form was obliterated with enough strength that even its essence suffered. The brand on Titus's hand faded just in time for the teleportation to save him from the blast, and he was cast back to his ship, still laughing even as his face fumed from the heat, and he rolled in agony. The exposed tissue of his eyes boiled from his skull. Below the vessel, Nova Thulium's surface was rocked by powerful earthquakes as the detonation-shocked waves spread. Across all of Macragge's system, Psykers sensed the furious screams of millions of banished Neverborn and the roaring laughter of the Dark Gods. Whether Khorne would seek to punish Titus for what he had done remained unknown, but even if the means had been unprecedented, Titus had passed the trial and paid the price for it with his own flesh. As his servants carried his still laughing body to the ship's apothecarium, the Black Crusade began its advance on Macragge itself. From the moment news of Marius' coming had reached him, Barneus Calgar, chapter master of Macragge, had been preparing. His fleet had massed in orbit, taking positions alongside the planet's extensive orbital array, rebuilt in the wake of the Tyranid War. While on the surface, thousands of Ultramarines directed their mortal followers onto the defense of the Templo fortresses. The words of the Chaos Apostles, exhorting them to lay down their lives in service of their god Guilliman. Calgar himself remained in the fortress of Hera, leading the entire war effort. Aboard the Macragge's treachery, Gage saw all preparations. A formidable armada arrayed against his own fleet. A direct assault on Macragge would result in an orbital battle that would cripple his forces, leaving them in a difficult position for the next and most important part of the campaign. But Marius would have been a poor strategist if he had not planned for this in the millennia he had spent preparing for this Black Crusade. At his command, his fleet placed itself in position for a coordinated assault, facing Macragge's defenders but still out of reach of their guns, and stopped. Several hours passed and tempers ran hot on both sides as individual warbands strained against their leashes. But both Marius Cage and Barneus Calgar managed to keep their forces under control. The latter because he knew had the advantage if Cage attacked first, and the former because he was waiting for the next step of his plan to occur. Sensing a trap, Calgar's Dark Magi scanned the entire system with every augur and scrying spell at their disposal, but didn't find anything. Until the next move of the sacrificed sun revealed itself in all its terrible glory. Besides the 4 worlds of the Path of Glory in Macragge, there was a 6th homeworld in the home system of the Ultramarines. one that was closest to Macragge, but to which access was forbidden by potent spells. Only those ships carrying a special sorcerer's token fashioned by the sorcerers of that dreadful place could find their way to it. Macragge had stolen one such token and murdered its previous owner centuries ago, and given it to his most trusted warlord. On the other side of Macragge, from the Black Crusade's armada, the world of Mortendar suddenly found itself under attack as the fleet of Uriel Ventress, the Drinker of Sorrow, seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Mortendar, the prison within the cage. If there is one place in the entire Runestorm whose very name inspires dread more than any other, it is Mortendar. At the very heart of their warp-wrought kingdom, the Ultramarines keep the worst enemies of the Legion imprisoned, with no hope of ever escaping. Indeed, in all of the planet's history, none of its captives have ever broken free, though a handful of them have been released by allies or enemies, making deals with the masters of Mortendar. But these were from the lesser prisoners, those who had been sent there by rivals in the Legion without committing an actual crime against the Ultramarines as a whole, and their ransoms were exorbitant in any case. Mortendar's prisoners included Chaos Marines from other legions, including renegades from Loyalist ones. Even the Ultramarines who were imprisoned in the years since the first attack on Macragge aren't treated the same way as the Loated ones, though they are in special security cells. Other prisoners are demons who were defeated by Chaos Lords of the 13 Legions. Sorcerers bound them into mortal bodies, creating thrice-bound demon hosts, and sent them to Mortendar, removing them from the great game. These are magus. There are magus who spend years in their section of their prison, listening to the words of the imprisoned Neverborn, and noting them down, hoping to extract useful lore from their ravings. One of the prisoners is a demon prince, whose divine master dropped on Mortendar after one too many failure. Other captives are mutants or human members of the Lost and the Damned, whose crimes against the 13 Legion were too great to just be killed. And there are also a few Imperial prisoners, including some very high-profile ones. Legends claim that one of the Inquisition's founders is there, as well as an Imperial saint. According to one particular story, Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the 17th Legion, is held captive on Mortendar, brought here by his fall into the Sea of Souls, and kept imprisoned until the end of times. None who value their lives mention that story to the Worldbearers, however. Hundreds of Space Marines from every Loyalist Legion are kept in chains in the dungeons of Mortendar, their legs and arms removed, tortured endlessly for the amusement of the Dark Gods. The Iron Warriors who man the Ruinstorm's cage know of Mortendar, and know that being taken alive by the 13 Legion is a fate far, far worse than death, however ignominious, which is why many implant bombs within themselves or other means of suicide, should they be captured. Any who have heard seers and librarians speak of their visions of Mortendar know that there is no shame in taking such precautions. As such, methods must be used soon, for once on Mortendar, even death is no guaranteed release. The sorcerers of this dreadful place bind the soul of every dead prisoner they can capture into the very walls, forcing them to help perpetuate the captivity of their fellow captives, until the last of their memories has faded and they dissolve entirely. The dedication of Mortendar to the purpose of imprisoning the Ultramarines' enemies was the 13's last act as a unified legion. Each chapter master tied to the portion of his warriors to act as wardens of the world, as well as the resources needed for them to maintain their numbers and perform their duty. These warriors became the Wardens of Mortendar, a chapter with its own rites and traditions derived of eons spent guarding some of the most dangerous beings in the galaxy. The Wardens have mortal servants to assist them, all of which are descended from the first known occurrence of the trophy prisoners, those taken more to make a statement than because they posed a genuine threat to the Ultramarines. In the 33rd millennium, the Ultramarines were dealt a humiliating defeat by an Imperial force whose regiments mainly hailed from a single world. For 300 years, the chapter master brooded and plotted his revenge until one night the entire extended family of that planet's governor, who was the great-great-grandson of one of the generals who had defeated the Ultramarines, vanished. The only trace left behind by those thousands of Imperial nobles was a letter from the chapter master telling of the fate awaiting the captives, and the world quickly descended into anarchy, forcing the Inquisition to intervene. Now these former scions of the Imperium are mind-broken slaves, thoroughly conditioned to be immune to any attempted manipulation from the prisoners. Breeding programs have increased their numbers to millions, with many serving as armed forces, helping defend the planet against any attack. Born on the world of Cult, Marius' domain for uncounted centuries, Uriel Ventris' meteoric rise to the ranks of the Ultramarines had been greatly sponsored by Marius Gage, who had seen the potential in the younger warrior, though the sacrificed son had only given Uriel the opportunity to fulfill it. When Gage had set his Black Crusade into motion, Uriel had returned to the Ruinstorm to participate, his ship's holds filled with the priceless technology they had just stolen in a daring raid on a Death Watch fortress. It was this Xenos technology that allowed him to approach Mortendar undetected, and it was the same relics that he now deployed against the planet's orbital defenses. Scattered across his fleet of pirates, renegades, and mercenaries, both human Astartes and Xenos, were dozens of unique weapons and tools converted into weapons. One ship in particular belonged to the Dark Eldar from a Macraggian house that had fallen out of favor with Asdrubal Vecht after a failed assassination attempt and had fled into the Ruinstorm. While proximity to the warp was dangerous for the children of Isha, the Ruinstorm was still much safer than the Eye of Terror, forever echoing with the birth scream of Slanesh, scourge of all Eldar souls. The vessel hosted all the relics and treasures the Dark Eldars had been able to save from their ancestral estates during their flight from the Supreme Overlord's wrath. The technological expertise of the Dark Eldars had been very helpful in adapting the rest of Ventris' plunder, which was the only reason the Drinker of Sorrow had been able to prevent his other forces and himself from tearing the callous, sadistic, arrogant Xenos to pieces. As Ventris' fleet closed in on Mortendar, a number of these weapons were activated, and hell descended upon Mortendar's defenders. Holes opened in space, metal suddenly became alive and tore itself free from its confines before ripping any nearby living creatures. Entire stations suddenly aged millions of years and collapsed into dust. In one outpost, the bodies of half the crew, Ultramarines all who had endured the Ruinstorm's mutagenic energies for hundreds of years, abruptly mutated into new and hideous shapes as one weapon attempted to reconfigure their DNA into that of the Xenos species that had created it, millions of years before mankind's ancestors had crawled out of the primordial slime on old Earth. Some of the weapons didn't work. Others backfired spectacularly, obliterating the ships aboard which they were stored or inflicting terrible fates upon the engineers monitoring them. Aboard the 5 different vessels, the captain was forced to order the quarantine and purging of entire sections, and in one in particular, the sections had to be cleansed by venting plasma into them in order to stop the thing the weapon had created. But enough weapons worked that Mortendar's orbital defenses were crippled within minutes, allowing Ventris' warbands to launch the assault on the planet proper. The wardens of Mortendar and their mortal slaves were ready, but such was the violence of the assault, the confusion caused by the alien weapons, some of which had reached the surface, and Ventris' own strategic acumen, that the surface fortifications were soon breached through. The underground cells where the truly dangerous captives were kept had gone into maximum lockdown the moment Ventris' fleet had appeared. The invaders had to fight for every step they took, but with the help of the released prisoners eager for vengeance upon their tormentors, they slowly made their way into the really dangerous parts of Mortendar. On their way down, Ventress's forces passed many cells, holding all manners of enemies of the 13 Legion. Some they set free, like the mad seer Eldul, who had driven the Mortifactors chapter to madness with a single whispered secret, driving the Ultramarines into the genocidal madness that had ended when a coalition of 9 other chapters had banded together to wipe them out to the last. Others they butchered in their cages, tearing them apart with bolter and blade, and others still they walked by very carefully, making sure not to disturb any of the sorceress and technological seals, keeping them contained. For there were things imprisoned on Mortendar that even Uriel Ventress's warband did not want to face. Things that have come into the Runestorm from other universes, crossing dimensions the human mind had no name for in the places where reality was at its weakest. Things like the Not-Be King, the Eternal Carrion, and the kaleidoscopical brilliance that legend and allegory failed to describe, and that even heretics and madmen feared. Down and down they went, while the Wardens became increasingly more desperate to stop them. From the moment Marius Cage had arrived in the system, they had feared an attack on Mortendar, and they knew exactly why Uriel Ventress had been sent here. Ventress himself led the attack, slaying dozens of his brothers without pause or remorse. Behind him came a cavalcade of horrors, demons and mutants, and worse things besides, united only in their shared hatred of their captors. Then, at the gates of the lowest and most secure chamber of Mortendar, the Drinker of Souls came face to face with the Lord Warden of Mortendar, chapter master of its defenders, Pausanias Licini. Pausanias was as tall as Uriel remembered him from their days together in the Ruined Storm, before events had conspired to drive the two sons of Cult apart. They stood 10 meters from each other, both of them bareheaded, their faces scarred and worn by centuries of brutal fighting. "I cannot let you go any further, Uriel," said Pausanias. "You will not stop me, old friend," replied Uriel. "What I must do is too important. You are betraying everything we are, everything it means to be an Ultramarine." "I am setting us free," declared Uriel, and there was genuine passion and conviction in his voice. "We have been bound to the words of the dead madman for thousands of years, unable to grow, unable to be ourselves, always defined by what he wanted us to be. Gage was the first to see this. When Macragge is gone and our legacy of shame is erased, only then will we be free." "We will be nothing," said Pausanias. "You have seen what became of the White Scars and the Space Wolves, haven't you? Without a Primarch to guide us, our Legion will die. Guilliman's wisdom and ideals are all that have preserved us throughout the millennia." "Guilliman is a liar," shouted Uriel suddenly. For a moment there was silence in the corridor, as Uriel's outburst shut up even the whispers of his followers. Then Pausanias shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. "There is nothing you can say that will make me stand aside, Uriel. Then you leave me no choice." Uriel's hand moved towards the sword at his side, but before he could reach it, Pausanias brandished a device in his hand. It looked small in his hand, but was actually around the size of a human skull, and had a single button on it, over which the thumb of Pausanias' right finger hovered threateningly. Uriel stopped. "You are not the only one with forbidden weapons," taunted Pausanias. "One push and every seal in this level will break. You have no idea what we have caged down there, Uriel. Turn back." "You won't," said Uriel, and there was a mix of sadness and resignation in his tone. "Do you really think that? If you do what you plan to do, then they are all going to be set free anyway. At least this way I get to take you traitors down with us." "No, Pausanias, you misunderstand me. I didn't say that you wouldn't. I said that you won't." What do you... The chapter master was interrupted by a small sound coming from behind Uriel, quickly followed by the thump of his right gauntlet hitting the ground, severed at the wrist by a monomolecular projectile fired by one of Uriel's Dark Eldar allies. So precise was the cut that Pausanias stared at his stump, stunned by the complete absence of pain. Before the chapter master could react, Uriel was on him, his sword drawn and then sheathed into the other cult-born's chest, down the hilt and through his two hearts. The blade had cut through his armor like paper and seemed to glow as it absorbed the life force of Pausanias. Pausanias' last words were forced between bloody teeth, filled with the hatred as he stared at his killer. "You will doom us all." Without answering, Uriel pulled his blade out and in one fluid motion cut off his old friend's head. As the body hit the ground, the drinker of sorrow walked by. No sooner had he left that his followers descended upon Pausanias' corpse like a pack of vultures, eager to drink in his pain and plunder his equipment. Uncaring, Uriel went on and entered the vault at the lowest level of Mortendar, the Hall of the Loathed Ones, Mortendar's very first prisoners. The Loathed Ones. When Marius Cage launched his first attack on Macragge soon after the heresy, he did so with the support of thousands of Ultramarines whose faith in their Primarch had been shattered by the defeat at Terra. Marius' failure resulted in a brutal purge of the 13 Legion, as those who had been able to break free of their blind devotion to Guilliman were slaughtered in one of the Ultramarines' most brutal and vicious battles, and one that echoed the carnage of Ishvan III, where the legions had first been purged of those who would not follow Guilliman without question. But not all of Marius' followers were killed, nor did all of those who survived the battle escape. Hundreds of them were captured alive, and the enraged followers of Guilliman decided of the most hideous fate they could imagine for them, guided, it is said, by one of the elusive Tetrarchs. The prisoners were stripped of their armor, flayed and trapped within devices inspired by the Iron Maidens of old, where poison-laden spikes bit into their skinned flesh. Each of the devices was connected in sorcerous wards that ensured that the prisoner's souls would remain trapped within it long after his demise, and continue the suffering for all eternity. Then they were buried deep on Mortendar, beneath the complex that would in time become the gallows of the 13 Legion. Their story was spread in the Ruinstorm as a warning of the fate awaiting those who dare reject Guilliman's legacy, and they became known as the Loathed Ones, their name a curse evoked across the 500 worlds. Generations of new Ultramarines have been taught of their legend, and their dreadful fate serves to reinforce their indoctrination into blindly accepting the Legion's dogma. But the Loathed Ones became more than a mere cautionary tale. Over the centuries, long after their bodies had rotten to the bone, their spirits became twisted by the constant suffering, and they pushed against the confines of their prisons. Soon the Wardens of Mortendar were forced to place additional bindings upon the sarcophagi, sorcery-wrought chains that held them in place. Within these sarcophagi, the Loathed Ones have gotten utterly mad, consumed by their hatred of Guilliman and all who follow him. The Wards of Mortendar actually take advantage of this, drawing upon the Loathed One's rage to help empower the bindings that hold the Ultramarines captive. A few times in Mortendar's history, one of the Loathed Ones managed to slip through his bindings, and seizing opportunities provided by external factors like riots or fluctuations in the warp currents around the planet. When that had happened, the Wardens of Mortendar immediately mobilized to capture the wandering spirit and return it to its prison. For a freed Loathed One is extremely dangerous. They can possess living bodies, overriding their will of their rightful occupants and wreaking havoc on their flesh, as they pushed it far past its limits before abandoning their host and claiming a new one. When they are within a host, they have access to the full extent of his or her memories. Only their madness prevents them from masquerading as their host. None of the Loathed Ones who have broken free in this way have ever escaped off-world. But the damage of each attempt is still tremendous, and the Warden's vigilance never relents, for their fear of the Lord of Macragge's wrath, should one of Mortendar's most infamous prisoners escape, far surpasses their fear of the Loathed Ones. As he went down the circular staircase, clinging to the edge of the pit, its captives floated above him, held in their prison of metal and sorcery. Uriel could feel them, hear their crazed whispers, their psychic screams of spirits driven insane by millennia of torment, deafened by the confines of their sarcophagi. But even if their voices sent spikes of pain through his brain, he felt as if they were welcoming him, and the pain was merely the byproduct of them contacting him at all, or contacting him, whatever. Did they know who he was? It wouldn't surprise him if Cage had found a way to make them know of his plans. The sacrificed son had been planning this for a long time. The more Uriel learned of Maris' schemes, the more impressed he was with the ancient lord. There were hundreds of them, floating at the varying heights in this great circular pit at the bottom of Mortendar's prison complex. Chains tethered them, the walls glowing with the energy coursing through them before being absorbed by the wards in the walls and sent to empower the rest of the spell that had made Mortendar's existence possible in the first place. It was the power that kept the planet safe from the influence of chaos, kept it stable even as every other planet in the ruin storm suffered constant reshaping at the hands of the gods. The pain of the Loathed Ones was the linchpin upon which all of Mortendar existed. He walked towards the center of the room, holding in his hands the sword he had claimed in that ancient, alien tomb so many years ago. The sword had now been made for the hands of an Astartes, but his warpsmiths had managed to reforge it in its current shape while retaining its unique properties. The three of them had gone mad in the process, and Uriel had had to kill the fourth late after he had tried to throw the completed sword into the closest star, but they had done it. The sword felt heavy in his right hand, with a weight that had nothing to do with the mass. With that sword he had killed men, Xenos, space marines, and demons, and the blood of Pausanias yet dripped from the blade, sizzling and evaporating as it hit the floor, leaving a small crimson cloud in Uriel's wake. He dropped the weapon, letting it clang on the stone. It would interfere with what he had to do next. Under his feet was the ritual circle, crackling with power perceptible only through the specialty crafted lenses of his helm. It was incredibly complex and the work of a mind far greater than that of even the most clever warlocks. Sorcerers of the Wardens had studied it for thousands of years and were still far from piercing all of its secrets. But fortunately, while it may have taken the avatar of a demigod to fashion the spell, it was much, much easier to destroy. But easier wasn't the same as easy. Uriel raised his hand and began to chant. He spoke the words Cage's coven of sorcerers had taught him, calling upon the dark wisdom of dead civilizations and infernal kingdoms. Every syllable burned his tongue, his brain, and his soul, but he endured the pain, shutting it away with the strength of his will. He spoke words of undoing, and that spell that bounded the Loathed Ones trembled under the power of his voice. The chains holding the sarcophagi rattled, and the chorus of imprisoned spirits rose louder in accord with Uriel's chanting. Sweat ran on his face, and blood flowed from his mouth, nose, and eyes, but he didn't stop. At the apex of the chant, Uriel brought his fists down, smashing them at the center of the circle, severing the flow of energy with the unnatural energies imbued within his gauntlets by the ritual. The whole world shook, and Uriel fancied that he could hear it scream. The drinker of sorrow felt something die under his punches. Something that had been trapped inside the working, or that had come into existence within it after the ages of godlike power coursing through it without stop. Then the spell holding the Loathed One snapped, and the old ghosts were released from their chains. They emerged from their coffins, wrapped almost beyond recognition, their mouths wide open as their screams spread across all of Mortendar. They swarmed upwards, drawn by the soul fires of the remaining wardens. And Uriel Venters laughed, his arms torn wide as the ghosts of Marius Cage's first crusade rose, screaming their hatred of their Primarch and the brothers who had imprisoned them. While the Loathed Ones released, Mortendar collapsed on itself under the weight of its remaining captives, as Ventress's forces departed at speed accompanied by the Loathed Ones, whether incarnated in the stolen flesh of their jailers or still in ethereal form, and the last guardians fled however they could. Mortendar imploded. For a moment all observers feared that the destruction would release the eldritch horrors caged within, but the reaction fueled by the impossible psychics or physics of the ruin storm and the accumulated pressure of thousands of years of denied change ended up transforming the demon world into a black hole, a pit from which nothing, not even the entities from another dimension, could escape. Trapped in a prison of collapsing time, the remaining prisoners of Mortendar would remain sealed off the rest of the universe for all eternity. The mortal prisoners remaining in the planet's upper levels were lucky enough that the process killed them before they could be trapped this way, and most of the wardens who made it off-world were simply shot down by Ventress's fleet. Like the Sons of Guilliman had died in the first confrontation at the system's edge, and like every other scion of the Arch-Traitor's gene line who had perished in Macragge since then, their shades vanished before any Neverborn could feast upon them. Even demons with which sorcerers had bargained their souls in return for power were denied their prize, and the aether around what remained of Mortendar shook with their shrieks of fury. With these new forces, Ventress's fleet moved to attack the defenders of Macragge, joining Cage's armada in a two-pronged assault. The Lotus Ones shed their mortal envelopes and flew between vessels, wreaking havoc within ultramarine ships loyal to the Primarch. Officers went mad, murdering their crew before taking their own lives, while witches lost control of their powers, causing blackouts and insanity across entire decks before their brains burned under the strain. Sealed demons were released by laughing spirits, their bonds shattered at the sightless touch of Mortendar's oldest prisoners. No word or sorcerer could keep them at bay for long, and the Black Crusade took advantage of the chaos they sowed. Soon the orbital defenses of Macragge were torn through, and the armies of the Sacrificed Sun began to rain upon the homeworld of the Ultramarines. The Battle of Macragge had begun. "And so it starts at last," muttered Marius Cage. "The final war of the 13 Legion." The Sacrificed Sun had withdrawn to his personal chambers aboard the Macragge's treachery, this area of the ship that had been warded and isolated from the rest of the vessel, so that even its half-cybernetic, half-demonic intelligence could not spy on its master. Trinkets of Marius's long war against his father were on display. The first among them was the one Cage was currently holding in his hand, as if he were talking to it. It was a Space Marine helmet, an old model that hadn't seen production since the Roboutian Heresy. The helmet's ranking and legion markers had been removed, but its color remained, red as the blood spilled by the traitors, that of those they had betrayed, and their own as well. It was the sight that all veterans of the Ultramarines would recognize, and the younger warriors would all have heard tales of, spoken with a mix of hatred and the slightest note of grudging respect that even fanatical devotion could not erase. "I have walked this path for so long," continued the Sacrificed Sun. "I have seen so many things, done so many things, all for this." The flames that enveloped the horned skull of Marius flickered, the inferno reacting to the fluctuations of the warlord's soul in a way his face could not. "Now we will attack Macragge. Outside this hell, 10,000 years have passed since I last saw that accursed planet. But for me, Sometimes it seems as if I had just been forced to give the order to run, and sometimes it feels as if I have been plotting my return since the dawn of eternity. His burning gaze wandered across the chamber, taking in the trophies and spoils of an age dedicated to the planning of vengeance, before returning to the red helmet. "What would you think if you could see us now?" he asked. "What would you say?" But no answer came. The helmet's eye lenses stared back at Gage. Sometimes, when the Chaos Lord held the piece, he fancied that he could feel the gaze of the warrior who had worn it in ages past, staring at what had become through the abyss of time. But not this time. Slowly, Marius put the helmet back on its splint and raised his head, gazing to something beyond the thick walls of his chamber, beyond the hull of his ship, directly into the direction of Macragge, directly towards the fortress of Hera, directly towards the shrine of the Primarch. He is down there, I know it. He isn't dead, no matter what the rest of the galaxy may believe. The other legions think us fallen, but they have no idea just how low we have come. A host of puppets dancing on strings of blood ties. But I will end it, even if I have to destroy the entire legion to do so. He will pay for his betrayal, no matter the means, no matter the cost. At his side, Gage clawed hands tightened into fists, and the echoes of his voice disappeared. His next words came coming slowly from the burning maw, spat with the strength of a hate-filled oath. "I am done playing by your rules, Father." Hear now, for this is the word of Guilliman, blessed scion of ruin, avatar of the true gods and dark master of chaos. Let only his truest servants hear these truths, that they may prepare for his return. This is his word, this is his will. When the age of ending come, when the false light fades, when the storm screams, when new gods rise, war shall come to the heart of his son's dominion. A host of traitors and cast-off shall rise, gathered by the hand of the unfaithful one. They will pass under the god's gaze and shatter the chains of his treacherous sons. Then shall fire and blood come upon Macragge once more. The ruined prize shall reveal himself, cloaked in the tattered remains of his former glory, and by his command shall the walls of the tomb keep be brought low. The witness shall perish before his warning can be heard, for none may oppose what has been ordained by his will. To the great beasts who sleep beneath the white shall be awoken by the one who hears their call during his every waking moment. Turn from the fiercest enemy of the primordial truth into pawns of its one true champion. Amidst the ghosts of past shames and failures, the half-breed shall claim honor at last. His life given to serve him, as the mingled souls of foes and sons are offered up to be the first part of the gods. At his command from death itself shall be loyal sons return, to oppose the wraiths of traitors past and bring them up to judgment. The first of the reborn shall heed the command of their one true Lord. Their claw and fang shall spill the blood of the unworthy onto hallowed grounds. And as the Dark Master rises, those who foolishly sought to defy him, his will shall see the truth, and be brought to heel to the one they have always served, even in childish rebellion. A great cry of joy and sorrow shall echo, to be heard across all stars, and the galaxy shall tremble once more before the power of the rightful master of mankind. From the lost epitaphs of the Codex Chaotica, the Battle of Macragge, Part 2, Lords of the Hosts. After successfully crossing the path of glory, the forces of Marius Gage launched their assault on Macragge. For the first time since the hordes of the Great Devourer had first entered the galaxy, war descended upon the homeworld of the Ultramarines. Ruinous priests called out to their flock to prepare for battle against the invaders, while in the fortresses of Hera, or the fortress of Hera, Marneus Calgar marshaled the forces under his command. Ancient powers stalked the surface of this thrice-accursed world, emerging from their hiding as their schemes approached fruition. Plans set in motion in previous ages were about to culminate, either in terrifying success or abject failure. The long-awaited revenge of the sacrificed son was but one of these dark agendas, and the dark gods watched eagerly, waiting to see which of their champions would triumph and prove worthy of their favor in the coming age. For all who knew of the Black Crusade knew that however the Battle of Macragge ended, its result, would shape the course of history for centuries to come. The Black Crusade's forces rained down upon Macragge from skies burning with the fire of the orbital battle. In thousands of infernal temples, archpriests of chaos declared that this time of judgment had come, and that the gods faithful now had one last chance to prove their worth by fighting against the invaders and displaying their might and devotion to the ruinous powers. The streets of the intricate network of districts and temples, covering most of Macragge's main landmass, ran red with blood as billions of cultists were roused to fight and die for the Legion's masters. Bloody sacrifices to the dark gods took place in the temples as Magi summoned demons, binding them to the bodies of their congregation's most exalted members, in the hope of creating enough demon hosts to stand a chance against the Legion's forces descending upon Macragge. In many cases, these attempts resulted in a disaster as the priests lost control of the Neverborn, which rampaged freely, devouring the souls of their would-be masters, before emerging from the temples in search of more prey, uncaring about the battle raging on the rest of the planet. Anti-aircraft artillery, installed to defend against another Tyranid assault, opened fire on the waves of troop carriers, sending many plummeting to the ground in flame. But orbital bombardment took out all such emplacements as soon as they revealed themselves, a tactic not available to the creatures of the Great Devourer, while also clearing out a vast section of land where the Black Crusade troops could land relatively safely. Once that breach was established, Gage stopped sending sacrificial troops. Thousands of evocati, bred in Gage's gene laboratories on Cult, were unleashed upon Macragge, their minds consumed by implanted directives and infused with the hatred of the sacrificed son to drive them onwards. Behind them came Gage's true allies, Astartes from all legions, united only in their hatred of Guliman's legacy and desire to see Macragge burn. As their boots hit the ground, warbands that had been on the verge of turning on one another as the Black Crusade made its way to Macragge fought side by side like sworn brothers, their feuds forgotten as they exulted in the destruction they wrought. Gage fought at the head of his troops, leading from the front as a true Lord of Chaos, and all who faced him fell. His claws cleaved Ultramarines in two, while his gaze caused them to ignite with indistinguishable flames. Many came at him, seeking the glory that killing the sacrificed son would bring them, but none could come so far as to scratch his armor. He dodged all attacks, moving with a swiftness that belied his bulk. As if he were showing off, he avoided even blows that would have had no hope to penetrate his armor and infernal aura. Those who stood at his side knew that this was because he was wary of the possibility of assassins hiding among his enemies and wielding disguised weapons capable of slaying him. Paranoia, always a prudent way of life among the servants of chaos, was something Cage had made into an art form over the millennia. The fact that the Ultramarines' war bands, traitor legions, agents, and imperial assassins had been trying to kill him for thousands of years in increasingly inventive ways only added justification to his caution. The sacrificed son fought surrounded by the loathsome ones, the wraiths drawn to their former lord. Had they not been on Macragge and facing the enemies responsible for their entombment, there was little doubt that they would have turned against Gage, who had abandoned them and left them to rot for thousands of years. But their hatred for Guilliman's slaves was stronger, and they ravaged the forces arrayed against them with all the terrible powers at their disposal. Psychers in a kilometer-wide radius around Gage fell to their knees, wailing in terrible pain as the loathsome one's malicious aura stabbed right into their dark souls. Marius's landing point was several hundred kilometers south of the fortress of Hera, for the stronghold was too well protected for a direct assault from orbit. The first planetary target of the Black Crusade was one of the world's hundreds of temples, one that had only been built a couple of centuries ago, but which already held sway over several million souls. The temple had been built around the body of a chaos preacher whose fiery charisma and inspired rhetoric had caused a dozen of imperial worlds to rebel against the false emperor. So powerful had been his hold on his followers that when he had been slain by a World Eater champion, they had recovered his body and brought it all the way to Macragge, where it had become the focus point of a new cult of Chaos Undivided. But for all the strength of the cult holding the temple, it was swept aside with contemptuous ease by Cage's forces, his priests' pleas for help from their dead saint going unanswered. Once the purging was done, Gage himself strolled into the temple, ready to unlock the next step of his plan. The temple was a place dedicated to darkness and debasement, where ruin ruled supreme. Icons of the eightfold star were emblazoned on the walls, anointed in the blood of human sacrifices. Braziers burned with eldritch flames, casting shadows that moved whenever they were directly looked at, and seemed to stare back when they were. The Chaos Lord walked through the blood-soaked remains of the battle, where cultists had fought among the relics of their fate. Marius's infernal countenance was right at home in this decor, as was that of Castus, who walked at his side. The ground cracked under the feet of the massive Plague Lord, with the corpses rotting and every stone moaning in protest at the kiss of his entropic aura. They passed devotional scriptures and tapestries of the preacher whose remains were buried at the center of the temple, not sparing them a single glance. They were alone at Marius's command. His forces had departed the temple once he had been cleansed of life. At the heart of the temple was the sarcophagus of Maheros, the eight-eyed prophet of Chaos Undivided. Eight-eyed, wow. It was fashioned of obsidian, sculpted in the image of the holy man. So precise was the artistry that had gone into the sculpture that it looked like the stone prophet was merely sleeping on an ornate bier. The dark blessing that had given the prophet his title had also been rendered. In addition to the two pairs of eyes on his face, the statue sponsored another eye on the back of each of his hands, which were clasped on his chest in prayer, and another pair of eyes was visible on its exposed chest. All 8 eyes, which had seen so much in life, were now closed. Castus commanded the sacrificed son, and the Plague Lord walked forward, rising his mace above his head with both hands, focusing all his strength before striking the sarcophagus. The energies of the weapon clashed with the protective spells woven in the stone, and after a deafening boom, there was only the smallest crack running down the petrified Maheros' face. But that was enough. The ward had been breached. "Get back," called Marius. "Now!" Castus stepped away as a thick black smoke began to rise from the cracks in the sarcophagus. He had only taken a couple of steps before the coffin exploded, sending a hail of obsidian shards that shattered against Gage's and Cassus's armor. More black smoke rose from the debris, and within it a figure collapsed into existence. Tall and terrible, only impressions of its form could be glimpsed by Castus, for it was not a thing meant for mortal eyes and thoughts. What Marius saw in the smoke, the Plague Lord could only guess. But Castus saw skeletal hands and a great horned skull. He saw blood-dripping fangs and reptilian scales, lettered wings that turned into bat-like appendages, and black, ruin-covered antique armor that dissolved into an semblance of crystalline interwoven plates. There was a sense of immense power in the figure, but also one of incompleteness, as if something had been ripped out of its very core. But in spite of this gaping void, there was still power in the entity that rose from the tomb of Maheros, and Castus stepped back until he was standing several meters behind Marius, watching what he had unleashed with the slightest terror of unease in his rotting guts. Even Parmenides was silent before this ancient nightmare. "Marius," spoke the creature, glaring at the sacrificed sun with eyes that had seen the rise and fall of entire species. "The time has come for our bargain to be fulfilled." "Aye, Be'lakor," replied Gage, standing before the firstborn demon prince without any sign of fear. "It has indeed. My armies march onto the surface of Macragge once more. Can you prove what you promised me, that we might at long last take our revenge upon Guilliman?" Be'lakor laughed and expanded his wings behind him, tearing great rents into the temple's walls. "Oh yes, son of the gods. Long have I dreamt of this moment, as I waited in this prison of stone and sorcery, weaving my power into the minds and souls of these world's fools. Behold!" Centuries before the sacrificed son had issued the call for the Black Crusade against Macragge, Marius had forged a pact with the demon prince Be'lakor, master of shadows, firstborn of the gods, and once the dark master of chaos. A mantle that had been taken from him by Guilliman at the dawn of his rebellion against the emperor. Be'lakor had plenty of reasons to hate Marius, who had fought at Guilliman's side in the Eye of Terror, in the very big campaign that had led the demon prince into being stripped of most of his power, and left a ruined reflection of his former glory. But Cage's proposition managed to catch the ancient fiend's interest. Taking a human host, Be'lakor had unleashed his evil upon the galaxy in an open manner, ruining no more lives than he would have otherwise, but earning fame in his new disguise. He had manipulated his followers to ensure that upon the apparent death of his host, a nameless wretch whose soul the Master of Shadows had only deigned devour to hide his tracks, the body was taken to Macragge. Released from his tomb and the seals that had hidden his presence on the world, the Master of Shadows could finally wield the full measure of his power once more. He reached out across Macragge, through his psychic connections, he had subtly cultivated for centuries and exerted his will. Old grudges flared in the black souls of ruinous priests, and they commanded their flocks to attack the followers of their old enemies instead of marching to the front line to fight the invaders. Seconds in command stabbed superiors they had faithfully obeyed for centuries in the back. Their ambitions strode to unprecedented heights. Keepers of unholy relics whose strength of will had held the whispers of their charges at bay succumbed to temptation, breaking the casings and picking up tools of damnation that gave them a brief taste of power before swallowing their souls and puppeteering their bodies to wreak havoc. 3 of Macragge's cults were even completely swayed to the cause of Be'lakor, their members having been slowly brainwashed by their priests' sermons until little enough of their free will remained that the Master of Shadows could simply break it. Not all who had knelt and prayed in Be'lakor's temple fell under the demon's sway. Some of his targets resisted his influence, where they sensed the intrusion in their thoughts or not. Others failed to perform their task and were promptly slain by their own comrades. Or in the case of one priest, torn to bloody pieces by his own congregation for trying to lead them astray. But the firstborn had centuries to weave his influence across Macragge, and enough succumbed to throw the entire front into chaos. Accusations of treachery and heresy flew, and soon the billion-strong cultists rose to stop the Black Crusade was tearing itself apart while monsters stalked the streets, feeding their ancient hungers upon those who had kept them sealed for so long. For these Neverborn, no worship, no matter how fanatical, could match the sweetness of blood spilled in slaughter. Belagor laughed at the madness his scheme caused, a dark and terrible sound that drove those closest to him and not strong enough to insanity. Next to the demon prince, the sacrificed son nodded approvingly. And far to the north, a sorcerer in blue and black armor suddenly went very still, before dropping his quill, turning from his open grimoire, and stepping out of his chamber, driven to go where only a very few souls were allowed to venture. The mind of that ultramarine had all but collapsed as hidden instructions took over his body, but such was the size of the structure he was in that it would take him hours to reach his destination, and while he walked, Macragge burned. With Belacor unleashed, Cage's army began their advance towards the fortress of Hera. Not all followed the sacrificed son's lead. Entire warbands broke off from the main force, seeking their own glory and plunder, both of which could be found in abundance within Macragge's countless temples. Gage let them go. He had always known they would act this way, and their actions still served his designs, increasing the mayhem and keeping the cults from regrouping. The bulk of his army, a host of nigh 20,000 Astartes, all told, and millions of mortals, was still under his control, and they tore a bloody path through the megalopolis, toppling dark cathedrals and slaughtering millions of cultists. The air was filled with the stench of blood and burned flesh as fires spread unchecked across entire districts. No natural flames were these, but the result of sacrificial pyres that had not gone out in thousands of years, only to be spilled as their temples were ransacked. For all the might of Cage's army, however, the cults of Macragge were experts at urban warfare, and even disunited by Bellacor's tricks, there were still many who fought tooth and nail against the invaders. They had spent 100 generations sharpening their skills by fighting one another over doctrine differences, and to capture sacrifices to offer to Guilliman on their blood-stained altars. And these skills were turned upon Gage's soldiers. Ambushes and countercharges were sprung every kilometer, cultists rushing the army with hooked daggers, demon-mounted pistols, and other more improvised tools of war. While these weapons were little threat to the Astartes in Cage's army, except for a few of the sacrificial knives, which had been imbued with genuine power by thousands of deaths, they still exacted a toll upon his mortal element, and slowed the Black Crusade's progress. The carnage drew more and more Neverborn, like carrion eaters, and they fashioned bodies for themselves from the corpses of the dead, adding more mayhem and confusion. At the side of Marius Cage, Carlos Sicarius watched as warbands gathered under the Crusade's banner, rampaged through the streets of Macragge Civitas. Many of the temples the warrior king had known during his time on the planet were gone, replaced by another congregation as their fortune fell. Not that it mattered, they were chaff, slaves only fit to serve their betters, and on this day died the blades and bolters of the greatest host come to end their world. There was displayed the grotesque unity of chaos, as warriors sworn to rival powers fought side by side, reveling in the slaughter of weaker prey. The heavens rumbled with the dark gods' booming laughter as their servants butchered each other, driven by a hatred 10,000 years old. The hate of Roboutian Guilliman, who had led them to break their oaths to the Emperor and failed to deliver the glorious victory he had promised. The victory for which they had bled. Sicarius didn't share the hatred himself. His reasons for joining Gage's for joining Gage were more personal, but he could still appreciate the spectacle, the strength of emotion. With the power of Amniax pulsing through his soul, he could actually see the spiritual connection between the warriors. Blood Angels and Imperial Fists fought back to back against the tides of cultists, laughing together as they bathed themselves in mortal blood. Salamanders called out their distant Primarch as they burned temples to ash with powerful warp flamers, dedicating the souls caught in the Inferno to the Black Dragon. White Scar Raiders and Space Wolves Wolfen hunted ahead of the main force, spreading chaos within the enemy ranks and claiming the choicest prize in return for this most risked assignment. Vatborn Evocati fought the one battle they had been bred and trained for, led by renegade Ultramarines whose spite was perhaps the strongest of all. And there, emerging from the broken gates of a dark cathedral whose bells had rung without pause for eon and that had finally been silenced, was a group of one Raven Guard pureblood and a pack of Spawn Marines, surrounded by dozens of men and women wearing the finest finery of Imperial nobility, slaughtering the cultists with their bare hands, their strength as inhuman as the expression on their faces. The son of Korax and his minions had come to call just before the Black Crusade's departure, and Gage had not dared deny them a place in his armada, even though he was certain he had not called for them. Even in the throes of battle lust, the other warriors of the host stayed well away from the strange and disturbing presence of the Raven Guard legionaries. Even as they started to walk against the tide, their purpose on Macragge apparently fulfilled by the destruction of that particular temple, the other forces parted to make way for them. The champion of Slaanesh caught a glimpse of something being cradled in the arms of the pure-blood leader. A container of some kind, blocky and black as the void. He did not know what it was, and he did not care. Let the sons of Korax have their trinkets. He sought a far greater prize. Gage had called the Dark Angels and the Iron Hands, sending emissaries to the Eye of Terror to petition the lords of the 1st and 10th Legion, offering great treasure and the chance to claim vengeance upon the one who had led them to ignoble failure. But the Sons of the Lion had their own wars to wage, and he had received no reply from the 10th Legion, nor had any of his messengers returned. Cato had expected as much. From what he had read in the Legion's archives, the bonds between Guliman and Ferus Manus had been strong, and during the heresy, the Gorgon had been the arch-traitor's most loyal general. But he would have thought millennia of exile would have soured the bond. No matter. They had plenty enough warriors, enough to kill every soul on Macragge if that's what it took to reach the fortress of Hera and the prize within. Cato's mouth grill watered at the thought of the feast that awaited him, and he plunged right back into the melee, shouting dark oaths to his divine patron. As the forces of Cage fragmented and the war spread across Macragge, more of the planet's secrets were revealed. Powerful demons were roused from their temples by the bloodshed, or freed from imprisonment as their prisons were destroyed in the confusion. Ancient mutated creatures, devolved far from the human form after thousands of years, exposed to the warp's baleful energies, burst from the ground. Chaos Magi had spent centuries obsessively developing their knowledge of the dark arts, were forced out of their lairs by battle, unleashing devastating sorcery against their attackers. One such warlock was a legionnaire who emerged from the rubble of a destroyed temple, clad in a power armor of ancient design that was covered in ash and gore that it was impossible to make out any legion markings. This psyker slew hundreds of evocati from both sides of the conflict, displaying incredible power, before vanishing in a flash of warp energy when he was attacked by several loathted ones. The raids vanished along with him, and none could tell who the mysterious warrior had been, or even whether he had been the master of the temple or its prisoner. Only that his mastery of the warp was great. Marneus Kalgar watched the devastation unfold from the fortress of Hera, and knew that the battle would reach its walls. He had always suspected that would be the case, But Bellacor's stratagem meant that the Ultramarines would face the traitors without the latter having been bled by the cultists as much as they could have been. He had thought Gage couldn't sink any lower when he had seen the renegade legionnaires in his host. But then the sacrificed son had revealed his alliance with the Master of Shadows, Guilliman's own nemesis from ancient times. The Lord of Macragge seated at the revelation that the spiritual legion's most hated foe had been here, on the world he was sworn to defend for hundreds of years without his knowledge. His followers sensed his rage and, unwilling to risk it, worked even harder to prepare the fortress for the coming battle. The man hiding on the lower decks of the 13th Legion frigate Pyre had forgotten his name many years ago, when the apothecaries had torn him from his people and made him into what he was. But he had chosen a new name for himself after his doom had manifested itself, one charged with hidden truths and bitter irony. He called himself Testament, for he was quite possibly the only living soul in all galaxy who knew the truth of the Ultramarines. Even now, after so many years, Testament didn't know for certain why he knew what he knew. He had been too busy surviving the consequences of that knowledge to investigate its origins. He had theories, an aberration of the gene seed, latent psychic powers, or just what passed for the Dark God's sense of humor at work. But regardless of the cause, he had seen the bonds, both genetic and sorcerous, that chained the entire 13th Legion together. And worse than that, he had seen the hand that held them. He knew Guilliman wasn't dead, and that the spiritual liege felt nothing but cold contempt for his legion, manipulating them from within his stasis tomb to some unknowable end. An end that Testament had glimpsed in those final moments before the madness had given him the strength to break free of his pod and kill his way out of the laboratory. After years of fleeing through the ruin storm, evading hunters both mortal and immortal, Testament had finally arrived to Cult, thinking to find safety in the sacrificed son's shadow, and for a time it had worked, but then Gage had sent out the call for his crusade. Testament knew full well the terrible might Gage had pitted himself against, but in the font of the Dark Lord that bubbled within the most chaotic parts of his mind, he thought he had seen a way to end the hunt for his life, a way for Marius to succeed and free the Ultramarines from the shackles of their undying lord. For so long he had not even dared dream that such a thing was possible, but his visions hadn't lied, and so he had hidden aboard the pyre, hiding his presence with wards he had learned from witches and demons, both asking dark boons in return. For months he had remained in the circle as the ship crossed the ruin storm with the Black Crusade's armada, his thoughts utterly still, lest they betray his presence to his hunters. But now was the time to come out, to get to the flight decks and find a way down to the planet below. The pyre was shaking from the battle against the defense fleet, and it wouldn't do for Testament's journey to be ended by a stray shell piercing the frigate's hull and detonating its warp core. He didn't have a plan beyond get to Gage and help him win, but he had learned long ago that making detailed plans only backfired, since his enemy was one that was very much still present in his own head. He checked his equipment, stepped out of the circle, and was immediately met by a towering figure blocking the corridor, some 30 meters ahead. Testament froze in his tracks as he recognized the figure, which hadn't been there a heartbeat before. He had seen its four like it, mighty and terrible, silent avatars of the will of the dark master of chaos. It was humanoid and bore some outward semblance to a space marine, but no one could ever mistake that being for a mere legionary. It was a thing from the infernal pits, clinging to the image of what it had once been, in order to be able to walk in the realms where gods and mortals met, and it radiated power. How it had come aboard the pyre without every psyker aboard the Black Crusade sensing it was beyond Testament. But what it wasn't. Tetrak. More than anything, Testament wanted to run. There were other paths out of his lair, and he had been able to outrun every hunter he hadn't been able to outright fight. he knew that this wouldn't work on the Tetrarch. All of his life, the 4 demon princes had haunted Testament's nightmares, impossibly large silhouettes that drew ever closer to him, never pausing in their hunt. Astartes knew no fear, but Testament was no Astartes. He was Evocati, with only a fragment of Guilliman's gene seed flowing through his blood, and he knew fear all too well. The sight of the fiend blocking the corridor filled him with primordial, atavastic terror. But perhaps it was because he knew fear, and therefore courage. Perhaps it was because he knew that... Why was this one so hard? Perhaps it was because he knew what was to come, and had no desire to live to see it. Or perhaps it was simply because he was tired of running from the monsters who had hunted him all his life. Regardless, Testament didn't run. The Evocati stood his ground before the Tetrarch, a young offshoot of the Avenging Sun's line, facing off against one of the Legion's greatest lords. He used every trick he had accumulated during his long run, and he accumulated plenty. He drew explosive devices that detonated with the shriek sound of caged demons being released. He spoke words of power that caused the metal walls to bend and crack. He fired wildly with a gun that had been crafted to kill a world's god king. But the Tetrarch simply kept walking, never slowing, never accelerating, and any damage inflicted upon him seemed to vanish as soon as the Evocati took his eyes off it. When the last of Testament's tools failed, he drew his blade, his oldest weapon, taken from the corpse of the legionnaire who had tried to stop him from escaping the gene laboratories, and charged, screaming in fury, terror, and hate. The Tetrarch batted the sword aside with casual ease, shattering it without even trying. The strength of the blow threw Testament backwards, and he fell to the ground. He turned up, determined to at least see his death, and saw the armored hand of the monster approach his head. The hand was the last thing Testament saw before darkness closed in. In orbit, the battle continued, and despite the casualties they had suffered, Calgar's ships were still able to deny complete orbital supremacy to their foe, preventing the Black Crusade Armada from simply bombarding Macragge into oblivion. But the ships loyal to Guilliman's legacy could not cover the entire planet, and one ship bearing the clear marks of Tzeentchian influence, detached from the main Black Crusade fleet, sailing towards the planet's northern pole, above the frozen wasteland that covered this region of Macragge. The ship, called the Beckoning Whisper, disgorged several aircraft that descended slowly and purposefully towards the undefeated icy plains. From these transports emerged the one called Oberdelli, the Oracle of Pharos, and his warband of Tzeentchian cultists and Neverborn. The Oracle led his forces further north, braving hollow winds born of souls of unfit sacrifices to the dark gods. He had come to Macragge for one purpose and one purpose only, and nothing would stay him from his course. The call burned inside his head. He had heard it constantly, ever since he had been dragged into the Pharos and made to listen to its chatter. It echoed inside his skull, on, never fading for a single moment. It was the psychic call, the beacon that had drawn the great Devourer's horde from the unimaginable darkness beyond the light of the furthest stars. It was the signal that heralded the end of all life in the galaxy, and it was loud enough to silence even the voice of Tzeentch at times. In his rare moments of lucidity, Oberdi knew that he was mad. He knew that his enemies struggled to find the pattern in his actions, and knew too that they would find none, for there simply wasn't one. His mind jumped from one goal to the next, simply to occupy itself, to try to drown out the noise of the call within his own thoughts. And at other times, he was pulled into one direction or another, not knowing what he was supposed to do until he reached his destination. His followers thought he was being mysterious and secretive to prevent betrayal, but in truth he genuinely didn't know what he was doing most of the time. It was only afterwards that he understood the purpose behind his actions, though whether that was the actual reason or something constructed by his mind to justify his own madness, not even he knew. But this time things were different. He knew why he had come to Macragge, why he had come to Gage's gathering, even though he hadn't been invited. The sacrificed son had accepted his presence wearily, and Oberdi knew that he had been watched, just in case. That was fine. His presence on Macragge truly would help Gage's cause, though not in any way the warlord could anticipate. All around Oberdi and his warband, the frozen desolation of Macragge's northern pole spread from horizon to horizon. Things very much like boreal auras dance in the heavens, and terrible shapes could be glimpsed in the luminous display when the snow clouds parted for long enough. Hordes of Zeech and Oberdi's retinue chattered among themselves, speaking of the gods looking down upon them in approval, or hatred, or both. Mortal cultists trembled in the punishing cold. More than half of them had already perished, their frozen bodies left behind on the ice. Only the Chaos Marines remained silent, their bolters held at the ready, knowing better than to assume they were safe just because they couldn't see any obvious peril in their surroundings. Without a warning, Oberdi stopped. There was nothing special about the spot where he stood, but his forces didn't question him, and at a gesture from him they withdrew, forming a defensive position some distance behind him. With the white mist blocking his visibility, Oberdi felt as if he were truly alone with the noise in his head. The oracle knelt and passed his hand on the surface of the ice, pushing aside the accumulated snow to reveal the crystal-clear frozen liquid underneath. For a few seconds he peered into the lightless depths between his feet, before rising once more and brandishing his staff over his head, holding it in both hands. The sound of call grew louder and louder, until Oberdi's arms were trembling with its beat and his eyeballs shook in the rhythm with it. With a great cry, he rammed the staff into the ice, channeling the power of the call downwards, along with all the psychic energies he could muster. Lightning descended from the heavens and struck the staff, traveling down its length and into the ice, using Oberdi's very soul as a vessel to express itself. Entire blocks of ice vaporized and the surface cracked as steam burst out, sending shards of frozen liquid in all directions. And from the depths they rose, climbing over shattered ice. Centuries ago, when the High Fleet behemoth had entered the ruin storm and attacked Macragge, millions of Tyranid life forms had rained down upon the demon world. Among these, tens of thousands had landed on the northern pole, for the Xenos hive mind had been driven mad by the ruin storm, and did not act with the vicious cunning it would later display across the rest of the galaxy. These Tyranids had been caught in the cruel climate, made even worse by the ritual of chaos sorcerers, and had been trapped beneath the ice. All Ultramarines had assumed they were dead, but the spawns of the Great Devourer were resilient. Most of the smaller creatures had indeed perished, but the rest had survived, entering hibernation preserved by the unnatural cold. And now they rose to the surface, heeding the call booming out Oberdi's psychic. There were hundreds, thousands of them, and among them there was one taller than any other, a huge carnifex who had only one eye left. Nice. This was the creature known to the Ultramarines as Old One-Eye, a beast who had fought the Lords of Laphis and slain 6 of them before leaving the demon world as the High Fleet moved on to Macragge. Its carapace was covered in the scars left by countless attempts to slay it, including several wounds that still glowed with eldritch fire where it had been struck by infernal warp-imbued weapons. Old One-Eye screamed as it rose, and the eyes shook and fell apart, revealing yet more Tyranids, heeding the call of this biological war machine. For a moment, the Oracle waited for the claws and fangs that would end his life, convinced that this was the moment of his death. But the Xenos passed right by him, seemingly not seeing him, or at least not registering him as an enemy. Oberdi laughed at disbelieving, mad laughter, even as his escorts were torn to shreds by the Tyranids. He cared nothing for their deaths. even as they called him for help in their panicked, shocked last moments. He didn't care because, for the first time in millennia, the noise in his head was silent. Alone on the ice, the Oracle of Pharos laughed as the monsters he had released from their centuries-long slumber continued their advance southwards, drawn towards the sprawling cities of Macragge by the heat and promise of prey. Silence, at last. The Tyranids of the North Pole lacked true leadership, but there were plenty of warriors in their ranks, though the Synapse network was still perturbed by the Ruinstorm's baleful emanations. It was enough to prevent the lower beasts from turning against each other, and the Tyranids' hosts went south, driven to destroy everything in their path, obeying some ingrained instinct that not even the madness of Macragge had twisted. Scholars and heretics had spent many years trying to understand why the Tyranids had entered the Ruinstorm in the first place, and came to Macragge in particular. Yet they had failed to come up with any explanation more satisfying than the displeasure of the Dark Gods. That theory was left unspoken on Macragge, lest it draw the ire of the Ultramarines. Yet it was still spread among the cultists, pushing them to ever greater depravities to reclaim the favor of the Pantheon. And as word arrived that the Great Devourer had returned in Macragge's darkest hour, panic began to spread, and armies were sent north to face the new threat. But before the Xenos could reach the sprawling megacity, they would first need to cross what had become of the region known as Illyrium, now called the Fractured Land. Illyrium, the Fractured Land. 10,000 years ago, before the young boy who would become Robut Guilliman arrived on Macragge, Illyrium was known as the Bandit Country of the planet, a savage land where barbarian tribes fought one another for glory and occasionally went south to raid their more civilized neighbors. Then Guilliman came and brought the tribes to heel, only to abandon their campaign and rush back home when the conspiracy inspired by Be'lakor unfolded, killing his adoptive family and setting Macragge Civitas ablaze. In the years that followed, Guilliman never returned to Illyrium, though he sent armies and diplomats to finish what he had started and bring Illyrium into the fold of his new kingdom. But the whispers of dissent weren't quite completely silenced when Marius Gage sacrificed himself at Cult and unleashed the Ruinstorm. When the warp claimed Macragge, Illyrium was hit the worst by its power. Whatever power preserved the rest of the planet from dissolution into chaos wasn't in effect there. The very land broke apart, divided as its people had been divided for so long. Great landmasses rose into the air, flying slowly with erratic patterns. As for the people of Illyrium, they were transformed into inhuman beasts, their genetic code completely rewritten in mere seconds, their bodies reshaped by the terrible power of the warp. And as for their souls, few dare wonder as to their fate. Certainly, the things that now inhabit Illyrium lack anything a psyker might recognize as sentient mind. Since then, Illyrium had been a land of havoc and mayhem, torn apart by endless fights between its monsters. Islands of floating rock clashed together, driven by the aggression of their inhabitants. Every monster of Illyrium is descended from human stock, and the horrors on display in that savage land are nearly on par with those of the 19 Legions' own demonic homeworld. From time to time, champions of chaos will venture into this dangerous region, seeking glory by slaying the greatest beasts. Few ever return, and those who do not make that mistake again. There is only one path between Illyrium and the megacity of Macragge, the Bridge of Cold Torment, guarded by the Illyrium Legion. The Bridge of Cold Torment is built from the soul stuff of everyone who took part in the infamous riots that killed Connor Guilliman, foster father of the Avenging Sun. Their shades were dragged from the warp's depths and bound into the haunting structure, from the corrupt senator who feared Connor's reforms to the soldiers who merely followed the orders of those whom their families had served for generations. The bridge itself is a structure of bone, muscle, and tendon. And faces, of course. Of course, faces. As the wind courses through their open mouths, the sound of screaming fills the air, and there is always wind on the Bridge of Cold Torment, breathing and biting. Ice forms on the bridge out of the soul's pained tears, forming outstretched hands that are smashed to pieces by the armored boots of his defenders with the sound of shattered bone. No one is quite sure how the bridge came to be. There were no Ultramarines on Macragge when the ruin storm erupted, and the construction was already there when they returned after the siege of Terra. There are those who advocated for its destruction, as it gave the monsters of Illyrium a way into the more civilized lands of Macragge, but the myth that it was created by the Primarch to punish his old enemies prevented that from coming to pass. None wanted to risk bringing the disfavor of the spiritual liege upon themselves by releasing his enemies from their suffering. Instead, the lords of the Ultramarines raised the Illyrium Legion to stand guard on the bridge. The Illyrium Legion is a name given in mockery to the 1,000 Evocati who are stationed at the bridge permanently, tasked with guarding it and preventing the dangers of Illyrium from mixing with the perils of Macragge Civitas. Attacks are infrequent but predictable, forcing the thin-blooded warriors into a state of perpetual readiness. The lifespan of these Evocatis is short, and those who survive more than a few years are some of the most capable warriors on Macragge, though it is rare for them to have a chance to use these skills to enhance their lifestyle. There are no true legionnaires at the bridge, for the sons of Guilliman considered this duty beneath them. The Ultramarines closest to the bridge are the apothecaries. The Ultramarines closest to the bridge are the apothecaries, who maintain their genetic facilities, where new Evocati are bred to replace the losses of the Illyrium Legion. They are also tasked with ensuring that the condition of their creations holds, and have performed that duty well over the centuries. It is exceedingly rare for a member of the Illyrium Legion to rebel against the cruelty of his assigned fate, and, on the rare occasion it has happened, the would-be rebel has always been slain promptly by his brethren, who are all convinced that only through honorable death can their souls be elevated from their hybrid condition and be reborn as true sons of Guilliman. The one mercy of their condition is that all memories of their previous lives are wiped out. None of them remember how they were offered up to the Ultramarines as babies, often by their own parents. The Tyranids flowed out of Illyrium in a compact mass and hit the bridge of cold torment like a hammer blow. The Illyrium Legion was ready, having already had to fight off the beast when the Xenos horde had driven before it. Automated defenses opened fire, while Evocati stood on high walls and fired at the mass of chitinous flesh with all manners of their weapons. With all manners of their weapons, but the walls were covered in a thick layer of supernatural ice. And the Tyranids' claws could pierce through it to form rudimentary holds to climb. Soon battle was joined on the battlements, while acid projectiles arched over the walls and rained down into the courtyard beyond. 13 successive walls barred the path of the Tyranid horde, each higher and better defended than the last. Among the hierarchy of the Illyrium Legion, to be assigned to the outermost wall was a death sentence, and the mark of honor all at once. This was where the newest recruits, the unstable and the damaged, were sent to deal with the most frequently assaulted and absorb the casualties. But despite their flaws, the Evocati of the bridge's outer walls were still scions of Guilliman's blood, however diluted, and they fought bravely against the Tyranids. The few psychers stationed at the walls, humans and mutants all, thralls of the Illyrium Legion, of which no member would ever have been allowed to possess psychic abilities and live, screamed at the coming of the swarm. Their minds had already suffered much as Macragge was shaken to its core by the battle being fought in the south. And now, the pressure of the rabid, insane fragments of the hive mind that had endured the ruin storm and the long sleep were too much to bear. They wept and laughed and clawed their own eyes out, while around them reality rippled as their power tried to reshape it into the shape of the nightmares of kitten and claws. Fortunately for the defenders, the Tyranids also lacked psychic forces, as the zoanthropes that had come to Macragge hadn't survived the cold, their enormous brains too susceptible to the freezing temperatures. The outer walls fell quickly as their defenders withdrew to the next ones. In good order, despite the Tyranids snapping at their heels. The first 3 walls were abandoned, still slowing down the hordes as it was forced to climb up and down each of them. And the Tyranids descending the third wall's inner side were easy targets for the Evocati manning the fort. The last cannons, heavy bolter turrets, and other defenses opened fire on the Xenos, turning the space between the third and fourth wall into a killing zone that few Tyranids managed to cross. For a while, it seemed that the Illyrium Legion was going to win, to hold back the swarm through sheer firepower. Then came Old One-Eye, immense and terrible, and followed by more of his gigantic breed. The fractured lands were home to some huge monstrosities, but none compared to the sheer bulk of the ancient Carnifex. It crashed through the fallen walls, barely slowing its charge and leaving in its wake a path for the rest of the swarm to pour through. The fourth wall's defenses were trained on it immediately, but what damage they managed to inflict to its thick carapace vanished almost immediately by the creature's regeneration, unaffected by its long slumber. When the Evocati baited it in warp fire from a device the Dark Mechanicum had sent to the bridge to be tested, the Carnifex simply walked through the flame, its kitten blackened but otherwise unharmed, and tore the engines to shreds, sending the demon bound within back into the Sea of Souls. The fourth wall fell, and this time the retreat was neither orderly nor disciplined. 12 Carnifex followed Old One-Eye, roused from their hibernation by a call no spawn of the Great Devourer could ignore. The Evocati were as brave as children, reforged into instruments of war, and sent to die in a war no one important cared about could be, but even they recoiled from the sheer size of the Carnifex and the seemingly invulnerability of the beast leading them. One by one, the walls fell, with the smaller, faster Tyranids running through the rubble to join in the carnage. Hundreds of Evocati fell between one wall and the next, fighting till their last breath to break through the swarm. From time to time, Old One-Eye caught an Evocati in its enormous claws, biting off pieces of flesh with teeth the length of chainsword. There was far too little nourishment to be had in such bites, but the psychological effect was great, and every aspect of the Carnifex shape and behavior had been carefully designed by the Great Devourer's cold alien intellect. True Astartes may have held their ground, but the Evocati, for all their transhuman prowess, were still thin-blooded. Many still knew fear, and indoctrination could only go so far to suppress the survival instincts without making them useless as warriors. But when the battle finally reached the 13th and final wall, standing taller than any other at the 8/10th of the way on the bridge, the retreat stopped. No matter the strength of the enemy horde, the Illyrium Legion could go no further, for the sorcerers of the Ultramarines had cast a powerful Gias upon the bridge, and every member of the Illyrium Legion. Powerful spell. The Evocati could not leave the bridge from the southern side, not without direct orders from an acknowledged superior on the 13th. They were trapped, caught between the strength of the spell and the Tyranid swarm. Still, they had the 13th wall to defend, and the last barrier between Illyrium and the rest of Macragge had been the one in which the Ultramarines had put the most resources over the years. They may not care how many Evocati died fighting the horrors of the fractured land, but they didn't want these same horrors reaching their own territories either. The last wall was several hundred meters high, its exact height varying from day to day thanks to the warp-infused metal that had been used in its construction. It was very much alive, host to a vicious conscience that fed off the suffering of the bridge's souls and answered only reluctantly to the commands of the Illyrium Legion, fighting against the Gias binding it every time it was given orders. Evocati stationed at the wall had been known to disappear without trace, and it was rightly suspected that the wall itself had swallowed them, devouring them body and soul when they wandered into dark corridors alone. For that reason, only the leader of the Illyrian Legion and his direct subordinates were stationed there permanently, though only the former were somewhat safe from the demon's depredation, thanks to the authority invested in him by the Ultramarines. The current leader of the Illyrian Legion was named Ilian Nastase. As a Romanian, this joke will never not be funny for me. Called the half-breed behind his back, along with a variety of less respectful nicknames. Iliam had been the result of a unique experiment when an apothecary of the 13th Legion had attempted to add Eldar DNA to the tin gene seed used to create the Evocati. Of the 180 test subjects, only he had survived the ravages inflicted by the two conflicting gene codes. He had the bulk of an Astarte, but was unnaturally thin, his face gaunt and with two long bones that showed his origins to anyone who had ever seen an Eldar. His creator had lost interest in him soon after he had passed a few tests of his endurance and martial ability, both by fighting in training pits and by avoiding the assassination attempts from other Ultramarines, who saw his existence as, you guessed it, an abomination. These attempts had stopped after he had been sent to the bridge, though he had to kill several other Evocati to force the rest to accept him. The only reason he was the leader of the Illyrian Legion was because something in his Genos-tainted blood allowed him to control the demon wall more easily than any other candidate, and because none of the other claimants wanted to fight him for it. At least, not after he had gutted the first three to challenge him within seconds of the ritual duel. Standing atop the 13th wall, Ilion now called upon the advantage. He exerted his will and commanded the wall to unleash all of its power upon the Tyranid host. Sure. The metal ripped as the Xenos started to climb, and the thin ice upon its surface shattered as claws reached out and inhuman maws opened to swallow the aliens whole. Atop the wall, the remaining Evocati of the Illyrian Legion fought on, slaying the Xenos who managed to reach the battlements. A protective circle formed around their leader that he may continue to call upon the wall's power to aid them. When old One-Eye charged the wall, this time the structure held, though it shook from its base to its top. Ilian winced as sympathetic pain flowed through his link to the wall, and once more when the Carnifex hammered the wall again and again and again. There was a strength in the beast that went beyond mere muscle and mass, a strength of purpose that burned the demon inside the wall and weakened its hold onto the metal caging it. The half-breed could sense the anger of the Neverborn, both at the impact and at the futility of its own attempts to damage the Tyranid. No matter what the demon unleashed, the Carnifex shrugged it off and continued to beat onto the wall, joined by the rest of its enormous kindred. These the wall could kill. It tore them apart with tendrils of pure blackness, rotted their tiny brains with clouds of pestilence, and made their bones twist and break with words of power shouted from screaming mouths. And, as it did so, blood began to flow from Ilian's mouth and eyes as the exertion caught up to him. No Evocati had ever been meant to wield such sorcerous power, even by proxy. Yet still, old One-Eye stood. Still, it hammered at the wall, and still the Tyranid horde came, climbing onto the pile of their dead at the base of the wall. Cracks began to spread where old One-Eye struck, and the half-breed felt the demon's panic and focusing of all its efforts onto the Carnifex, giving the rest of the swarm free rein to climb and fight the Evocati. And as the wall suffered, so did the entire bridge, which shook with the powerful Neverborn's impotent fury. His mind burning with the demon's rage and pain, Ilian threw off the arms of his concerned comrades and rushed towards the edge of the battlements, his blade cutting any Tyranid in his path to ribbons, and leapt from the edge of the wall, plunging hundreds of meters down, and landing directly on the head of old One-Eye, at the exact moment it struck the 13th wall for the last time. Ilian's power sword, driven by the strength of his fall, pierced through the Carnifex's thick skull and stabbed into its brain, frying it instantly. Inside his armor, nearly every bone in Ilian's body shattered at the impact, and as the commander of the Illyrian Legion died from the extreme trauma, The pain flowed through the link between him and the demon, combined with the damage inflicted by the carnifex. This was too much, and the demon screamed in agony as it lost its hold onto the half-reality of Macragge. Ancient words shattered and the 13th wall fell. And as the last barrier between Illyrium and the rest of Macragge fell, the final defense activated. A last recourse. A final solution to protect the rest of the Avenging Sun's world. Sorcery woven into the very bridge of cold torment thousands of years ago flared to life. And in one single moment, the bridge exploded, taking with it every single one of the surviving Evocati and Tyranids. Such was the strength of the Elder's detonation that everyone on the planet sensed it, as did the apex of the ships in orbit, temporarily blinded by the overload. In his ritual chamber, deep within the fortress of Hera, Varro Tigurius sat with his eyes closed. The Sorcerer Lord and second-in-command to Marneus Calgar had sensed the ancient pacts protecting the world shuddered as the renegades stored their way to the path to glory. Disrespecting the 13 sacred traditions, combined with the release of the Loathted Ones and the destruction of Mortendar, Tigurius feared that the entire system may collapse, engulfed into the wild dissolution of chaos unbound. More than that, he wondered if this may be the Sacrifice Sun's true plan. There were many stories about the Lord of Khalt. No one knew for sure what exactly he had become after unleashing the Ruin Storm. He had survived the efforts of the Legion to destroy him. More than that, he had thrived, judging by the armada he had gathered. None could tell just how powerful Gage had personally become, that he could keep such a varied host under control. Tigurius feared that the entire Black Crusade, with all its destruction and mayhem, was only a ploy, a distraction to the traitor's true ends. He had shared his concern with his lord, and Calgar had ordered him to find the truth before the enemy reached the fortress and his sorcery was needed. Which was why he was here, and in the middle of a protective circle that had been consecrated with the names of hundreds of demons and the blood of a son of every Primarch, and by the gods had the second 11th samples been hard to obtain. Of course, nothing of the warp could get through without his permission, not even Dorn or Sanguinius themselves, at least not for a while. With his body protected from outside interference, Tigurius' spirit soared high, contemplating the tides of the great ocean, searching for patterns and threats. Usually, the beauty of the sight would have given him pause. The balance of the four powers, the flow of worship and offerings, the will of the spiritual liege made manifest. Macragge was a perfect exemplar of what mankind could be under the rule of the Ultramarines, of course. But today that beauty was marred, the delicate balance unraveling. For now nothing had been done that the pacts could not repair. Things had been much worse after the Tyranid invasion. But with Be'lakor unleashed, Tigurius had honestly thought Calgar would kill him on the spot for not sensing the Demon Prince's presence before, and all other things the invaders were blindly disturbing. Things could turn much worse. He could sense the destruction wrought by the Black Crusade, sense that the prayers and devotions of the cultist host as it threw itself in the path of Cage's army. But something else had drawn his attention. Something to the north. Flying above the still untouched northern districts of Macragge Civitas, he arrived at the Bridge of Cold Torment, and watched as the Tyranids once more fought and killed the sons of Guilliman. At least this time only Evocati were dying. But there was something wrong. Tigurius saw one Evocati die, torn to pieces by the great beast leading the Xenos horde. But he did not see his soul depart his torn flesh. In fact, he could not see this swarm of incorporeal Neverborn he would have expected to see on such a battlefield, feasting upon the emotions and souls of the dead and dying. Something was very wrong here. Something that had nothing to do with the damage the war was inflicting upon the great spell keeping Macragge intact. Tigurius called upon his powers, treading the path of time backwards and forward, looking at the slaughter of the bridge from all angles. He needed to look at the bigger picture, to see things from a god's own point of view. He flowed the threat of 1,000 Evocati souls, and as they passed from life to death, then he saw the destruction of the bridge, felt the obliteration of the souls that made up the great construction. And in that moment, he discovered the truth of what was really happening on Macragge. The shock knocked him back into his body, behind his words still glowing with eldritch power, still impervious to intrusion. But he wasn't alone in his chambers anymore. On the other side of the circle, standing directly in front of him, was a being the likes of which he had only encountered one time before. But no psyker who had ever met the Tetrarch could forget their aura. "I know why you are here," said Tigurius, kneeling. "I am loyal, and I do not fear my fate. I serve the Legion and the Primarch with my life, and shall do so with my death. Do what you came to do." And with his invitation, the Tetrarch passed right through the inviolate field, the defenses no longer able to stop him. He raised his clawed hand towards Tigurius' head. When news of the bridge's battle reached Calgar, he was enraged. He had wanted to call the Illyrian Legion back to the fortress of Hera, so that the Evocati may give their lives to defend their betters under the silent gaze of Guilliman himself. But though the Tyranid advance had been stopped with the bridge's destruction, none of the Illyrian Legion had survived. To make matters worse, his greatest sorcerer, Varo Tigurius, was nowhere to be found, and even after the chapter master sent a squad into his second-in-command's private chambers. Fuming, Calgar ordered all his forces to be even more cautious, wary of assassins in their midst. With Tigurius missing and probably dead, the sorcerers of the fortress of Terra were leaderless, and now was not the time for them to go through the ritual challenges and intrigues that would allow one of them to rise to supremacy. The Black Crusade had continued its advance and would soon reach the outer perimeter of the fortress, and then the loyal Ultramarines would face the might of the host gathered by the sacrificed sun, and the rage of the first Demon Prince. Unfortunately, the fortress was still protected from sorcerers' attacks, thanks to the sorcerers of the Temple of Ptolemy, keepers of the stronghold's ancient wards. The Temple of Ptolemy. While the Ultramarines are fanatical in their devotion to chaos, their sorcerers have an approach much more similar to that of other traitor legions. Immensely proud, they see themselves as masters of the warp powers, rather than servants of the entities found therein. They see the dark gods from much closer than anyone else, and those not driven insane by that knowledge became much less devout, understanding that in the end, the ruinous powers care little for ceremony, so long as their fueling emotions rage on and deeds continue to be performed in their name. Such heresy is tolerated by the rest of the Legion because of ancient provisions made for them by Guilliman himself during the days of the heresy. Though part of the reason why they are still respected is the sheer power wielded by the Warp Weavers. Nowhere is this difference in belief more obvious than in the Temple of Ptolemy, a vast structure occupying an entire spur of the Crown Mountains chain, where the fortress of Hera is located. The temple is said to have been founded by the first and greatest of the Ultramarine sorcerers, though that is likely to be a mere self-aggrandizing hyperbole, seeing as the Imperium has no records of any Ultramarines of that name. Within the temple are countless tomes of dark lore pertaining to the summoning and binding of demons, including the true names of thousands of Neverborn. The sorcerers who live in the temple fiercely defend their privacy, performing unholy experiments behind closed doors and powerful wards. On several occasions, these rituals have gone catastrophically wrong, but the temple's activities are still tolerated by the chapter master of Macragge. That is because the Circle of Ptolemies is also responsible for the maintenance of the powerful spells that keep several greater demons imprisoned within a complex nexus of energies, their power fueling the arcane defenses of the fortress of Hera. How these demons came to be imprisoned has long since been lost, safe in the deepest archives of the temple, accessible only to its circle of masters. The temple is also responsible for the training of the 13 Legion sorcerers. Recruits with psychic potential are brought by the warband sworn to the Lord of Macragge's banner, and less than 1 in 10 emerges again, and those who do are among the most dangerous warp weavers among the traitor legions. The teachings of the temple's masters are harsh, and no sorcerer completes his training with his soul intact. It is said that the master keeps a sliver of the soul of every student to ever pass through the temple, as insurance against treachery. Certainly, on the few occasions where a temple-trained sorcerer has attempted to share his secrets, their death has been quick and horribly painful, and it's unlikely that torments ended after their demise either. How the masters are chosen is unknown to any beyond their ranks. Many believe that all of them are legionnaires from the time of the heresy, and that they had stayed in this position all this time, despite the danger of their craft and ambition of their apprentices. Regardless of the truth, their power is immense, and even the Lord of Macragge must respect their boundaries, and phrase any request to the Temple of Ptolemy politely. In the long history of the Ultramarines, the chapter master who did not soon vanished, their names removed from the Legion's annals, except as a cautionary tale about the perils of drawing the Temple's wrath. Unbeknownst to Calgar, however, Cage's coalition had already a plan in motion to deal with the Temple. When Be'lakor had been released, the firstborn prince had activated one of his most useful pawns, none other than one of the masters of the temples themselves. The sorcerer's mind had been infected through one of his apprentices, who himself had been infected by one of the temple's acolytes, who in turn had been infected by one of Be'lakor's cultists, while on an errand for his lord outside the temple. It had taken centuries for the tiny psychic sending seeds to grow. And in that time, Be'lakor had to be extremely careful, refraining from even the smallest manipulation, lest he reveals his hand before the appointed time. And when the seed had bloomed at last, he had destroyed the sorcerer's free will, making him nothing more than a puppet following Be'lakor's single order. None bear the puppet's path, for he was a master of the temple, and only his peers may question him. He went deep below the temple, into the vast caverns where the greater demons were bound. Their power slowly bled and replaced by careful monitored sacrifices. And there, with the baleful will of the firstborn prince burning in his soul, he spoke the words of unbinding, destroying the words that had stood for thousands of years. The other masters sensed the intrusion at once, but the disturbance of the Aether caused by the ongoing war and the destruction of the Bridge of Cold Torments prevented them from teleporting directly into the caverns. By the time they arrived on foot, it was too late. One by one, the greater demons were freed, each vanishing in a flash of eldritch light, leaving behind nothing but scorched stone and echoing promises of retribution. Only one greater demon remained when the 12 masters rushed in, a lord of change, cackling as it loomed over the unwilling betrayer who had freed it. Before the master's eyes, it picked up the sorcerer lord and bit his head clean off with his toothed beak, swallowing what little was left of his soul. It stared at the masters, its inhuman glare piercing through their golden mask, and spoke 2 single words before vanishing back into the realm of its kind. He comes. With the release of the greater demons, the sorcerer's defenses of the fortress of Hera fell for the first time since Cage had last come to Macragge to bring fire and death to his own legion. The last obstacle between the Black Crusade and the fortress was gone, and the great cry rose from the burning city as the scattered hosts gathered once more to march on to the final battle. Marius led the way, surrounded by swarming loaded ones, and cult troops broke and fled before him. They had seen too much of their world destroyed, and the sight of the sacrifice son and his escort of lords of chaos was too much for them to stand against. And so, the Black Crusade entered what had once been the Valley of Laponis, changed beyond recognition by the warp and dark industry. On the walls of the fortress of Hera, Marneus Calgar had passed beyond fury and into a cold, quiet rage that made his subordinates even more uneasy. The codes had been broken, the sorcerer's defenses cast down, but he was far from done. There were 1,000 Ultramarines holding the fortress, and though the Legion of Illyrium was lost, and with it the most veterans of the Evocati, he has still been able to marshal a veritable host of the thin-blooded spawns of the apothecaries. They had not been allowed within the fortress, lest they desecrated with their presence, but they had been massed before its walls, their minds filled with the promises of glory that awaited them if they fought well under their Primarch's gaze. The most dangerous force of the Black Crusade was the ghostly traitor Cage had freed from the rightful imprisonment on Mortendar. The Loathed Ones were beyond physical harm, and there weren't enough sorcerers and demonic weapons amongst the defenders to fight them off efficiently. Barneos didn't know how to fight them, but there were other powers at work on this battlefield, and as the Black Crusade approached, they made their move. In the depths below the fortress of Hera, a gate had remained sealed for 10,000 years opened. A host of the dead passed through, walking by the desiccated corpses of an ancient caretaker, at last released from his millennia of faithful obedience to an oath he had never understood the true implications of. Animated statue of black-veiled white marble, Gisson born of the echoes of every ultramarine who had ever died in battle with Guilliman's name on his lips. For an entire age they had remained hidden from sight, their numbers slowly growing, but now they had been released, set free by the unseen hand of the Tetrarch. They were the Glorious Ones, from an ancient Terran legend related to the antique goddess after which the fortress was named. Nothing remained of who they had been in life, save for their appearance. The soul of the dead was long since gone, departed to whatever afterlife their deeds had earned them. These were mere after-images, imprint left onto the warp and given new bodies of animated stone, driven by a singular will none could resist, for they had no will of their own. The Glorious Ones emerged from hidden entrances in their thousands, and the Evocati parted to let them pass, filled with a deep sense of awe at the sight of the Legion's honored dead, returned to fight in one last battle. A pause descended upon the battlefield as armies that had been about to butcher each other watched, incredulous, as the Legion's past returned to haunt it. The forces of the Black Crusade steered uneasily as these unexpected reinforcements approached, but the Loathed Ones reacted much more violently. They recognized some of the warriors marching towards them, and their hatred flared at the sight of the other honored dead of the Legion they had sought to destroy. Enraged beyond any hope of control, they surged ahead of Gage's army, and the living of both sides watched as the dead of the 13th Legion waged war against each other. The Loathed Ones were outnumbered by the animated Gisants more than 100 to 1, and their psychic manipulation was useless against these undead golems. But they had powers, and marble flew as the walking memories were shattered by the storms of eldritch lightning. However, the echoes that animated the Glorious Ones also gave them purchase on their enemies' ethereal forms, and one by one the Loathed Ones were pulled down and destroyed by sheer weight of numbers. The Wraiths could have departed at any time, flown far from the reach of the Glorious Ones, but their hatred and desire to destroy them were too strong. For several hours, neither Gage's host nor the fortress's defenders dared to make a move, as the space between them was stormed by a battle none of them had any place in. The grudges of the dead belonged to the dead, and the living had no place in them. Eventually the battle relented. Both sides had obliterated each other, with the last few Glorious Ones turned to dust with a single command from Gage to his sharpshooters. What had become of the Loathed Ones defeated by the animated statue was unknown. Certainly none of the Psychers in either armies could sense their hateful aura anymore. In any case, they had been removed from the equation, and now it was time for brute force of arms in legion-to-legion warfare. Marius Gage raised his clawed hand to the blood-tinted sky, and with a great roar, the army sworn to his banner charged forth, crushing the shards of marble underfoot. And the Evocati Calgar had gathered to bleed for his cause roared too, and charged as well. Both sides were made mostly of the Ultramarines' thin blood, but no one cared. The gods were watching, and all that mattered was war. But when the two hordes made contact, and transhuman blood flowed, Marius Gage and his Lords of Chaos were nowhere to be seen. They landed far beyond the walls, far beyond the lines of battle, whose sound followed them as they flew. Belacor had carried them on wings of shadows, hiding them from all detection with his power. And yet, when clawed foot and ceramite boots hit the ground before the stairs leading to the Temple of Correction, Calgar was still there, waiting for them with 100 Terminators. For a long moment, they stared at each other, hatred coursing through every single one of them. Then the Lord of Macragge and the Sacrificed Son stepped forward, leaving their warriors behind until they were less than 2 meters away from each other. "Slave," growled Marius Cage. "Traitor," spat back Marneus Calgar. They stared at each other for a few seconds, before Marius spoke once more. "You can still stop all this. Just step aside or let me in. No more of our brothers need to die today. But he must be destroyed before he drags us all into oblivion. He is our master. He is our lord. Everything you have done your entire miserable life is a betrayal of what it means to be an Ultramarine." "What do you know about being an Ultramarine?" The sudden shout was so powerful it forced Calgar back a step and set cracks running through the ground. The Terminator focused their weapons from the warlords to Cage, but didn't open fire. The fire around Gage's skull flared, the equivalent of taking a deep breath for the Chaos Lord. "I was there," he said more calmly, "at the very beginning, when we really were Ultramarines, before he broke everything we were on the altar of his dark ambition, and remade us from warriors into mere tools to his ends. You are no Ultramarine, Calgar. You are what he made the Legion into. You are a slave." "I am a loyal son," said Calgar. "You have never seen your father, never talked to him. You don't know what he was at the end. Listen to me. Right now, thousands are dying outside these walls, and you know what? He isn't worth it. He does not deserve your loyalty, your devotion. Look at those who stand with me. Even the dark gods themselves have turned their back on him and sent their champions to end his legacy once and for all." Cage spread out his arms, gesturing to the splendor all around them. "If he is truly blessed by them, then how am I here? If he is all-watching and powerful, then how is it that I stand here at the heart of his power?" He started shouting again. "Where is your liege now, Marneus Calgar?" "He is with me always, for I am faithful," replied the Lord of Macragge, before charging the Sacrificed Son, with the gauntlets of Ultramar cracking with sorcerous energies. And that was it. The Lord of Chaos and the Terminator fought, while in the center of it all, 2 of Guliman's greatest sons tried to kill each other. So complete was their focus, so absolute their determination to end their opponent's life. Neither of them noticed the larger battle. Cage's infernal claws slashed with the gauntlets, not slashed. It would have been cool if it slashed, but no. And just clashed with the gauntlets' power fields again and again, each collision sending shock waves of such strength that the nearest Terminators were sent flying like leaves in the wind. Body parts rained as Belacor picked up warriors and tore them apart with gleeful abandon, revealing in the slaughter after so long restrained. Titus's demon-bound chainsword cut through reinforced warplate with ease, while Castus' mace broke through it like wet paper, its aura of dissolution, too much even for the warded armor of Macragge's Terminator elite. Sicarius danced around the blows, moving with unhuman speed, his blade aiming for the weak spots in the warped armor. With the power infusing him, the War King needed only to nick the flesh of his foes to doom them to a slow, agonizing death, as the energies he had claimed from the greater demon poisoned them. And Uriel's alien blade simply ignored the physical presence of his foes, cutting through them with the same ease as through empty air, allowing Uriel to focus all his attention on avoiding being hit. The Chaos Lord took wounds, but they were soon surrounded by a growing pile of corpses, While the duo inside the circle, both sides had quickly formed around their leaders continued. Eventually the last of the Terminators fell, and the Chaos Lord's cry circled around the duo, keeping their distance, watching as two legends of the Ruinstorm fought to the death. Calgar hadn't truly fought since the Tyranid invasion, and it had been many centuries since Gage had been forced to use the full extent of his skills and powers. Yet neither of them had lost any of their edge. After several minutes, the battle ended when Cage, tired of the duel, unleashed his unhuman abilities. A wave of black fire burst forth from his skull, engulfing Calgar's head and passing right through his personal force field as if it weren't there. Calgar staggered as his face burned off his skull, and in that moment, Cage rammed both his clawed hands into the Lord of Macragge's chest, lifting him up with the strength of the impact. The sacrificed son held his skewered foe up, and Calgar glared down with eyes that were the only thing left of his once proud patrician features. He tried to speak, to cast one final curse at his victor, but all that came out of his charred lips was a mouthful of blood, and the light finally faded from his eyes. Without ceremony, Cage threw the corpse to the ground and went on to fulfill his destiny. At the precise moment that the Lord of Macragge fell and the Lords of Chaos entered the Temple of Correction, the battle outside the fortress's walls shifted. Both sides of the war had brought demonium venerators into the fray, these ancient possessed marines who had been the first to receive the dubious gift of sharing their flesh with one of the Neverborn. They had fought both for the Black Crusade and against it, though they had never come to blows. But now, all of a sudden, all of them started killing indiscriminately, turning on their former allies without pause or mercy. The battle descended into utter chaos as the lines between friend and foe dissolved, and the power of the Venatores battered at the psyches of the Evocati, driving them insane with bloodlust. And during all of that, every time a sign of Guliman's blood fell, his soul vanished from sight, caught and drawn into a ritual 10,000 years in the making. Far above the blood-soaked battlefield, the dark gods watched and held their breath as destiny long denied was once more set into motion. It was only when Conrad died on Ishvan III that most Primarchs realized that they were indeed mortal after all. When the blood of the King of Knights spilled onto the black sands and he did not rise again, well, traitors and loyalists alike witnessed the death of what some part of them had thought divine, no matter what the Imperial truth proclaimed. The Imperial dream died at Ishvan, but it wasn't the only myth that perished in the opening salvos of the Roboutian Heresy. Every Primarch who still stalks the stars knows that he was born mortal, even those who have since transcended their origins to join the ranks of the Neverborn Princes. But bearing extreme circumstances such as Horus's destruction under the fangs of Sanguinius, it takes a long time for a Primarch to die, even from wounds as grievous as the ones inflicted upon Guliman by his father in the final hour of the Siege of Terra. And so, when the mourning Ultramarines placed their father into stasis, not even they knew that some spark of life lingered within his broken form. The tiniest spark, really. Hadn't they delayed but a single hour, the soul of Guliman would have lost its last connection to the Materium and gone on to the other side of the veil, to suffer its reward from the dark gods he had failed. In the Ruinstorm, suspended between life and death, caught out of time by the stasis field, Robot Guliman endured agonies none could possibly imagine. He was torn from time and space, life and death, and was made to see the universe as the gods see it. He went mad, then sane, then mad again, over and over, until nothing remained of who he had been, until Robot Guliman, son of Connor Guliman, was gone, and only the Dark Master of Chaos remained. We're getting some Archon type of deal here, aren't we? And in that eternity of torment, he cast his mind through the path of blood, manipulating his sons even as he saw through their eyes and spoke his will through their souls. He bent his terrible intellect to one purpose that mattered to him: freedom from the hellish suffering. No matter the cost, no matter who had to die, the Dark Master would do it without hesitation to be released, even if it meant committing the most unforgivable of sins, upon which mankind has looked with horror since its earliest days: the murder of one's children. He had woven wrath and hatred into their hearts and made them wage war upon one another. He had roused the fires of fury and ambition, whispered of vengeance and glory. And so they had come to fight and spill the legion's blood. And with every death, every soul that bore his mark slipping into the aether, he grew a bit stronger, a bit further from death and closer to life. It wouldn't have worked before, but now the veil was thinner. Those who thought they were on the side of order had made it so, in their desperation to rekindle the spark of a hope long since dead. He fed on the souls of the dead Ultramarines and Evocati, consuming everything they had been in order to fuel the ritual. His pawns had crafted all over Macragge across the ages. He devoured their lives and their deaths, denying even the dark gods their prize as he claimed it as his own due. And then, finally, as Gage and his cohorts crossed the fortress, while the first second-born led the slaughter outside, it was done. The stasis field failed, and the body of Robout Guilliman rose from the slumber of ages. His face was drawn and corpse-like, his hair pale, and his eyes, there burned the fire that would consume the galaxy, an unbearably bright light that promised nothing but suffering to all who defied him. As Guilliman stood before his shocked sons, the ceiling of the sanctum exploded, showering all in the shards of marble and priceless glass, and a terrible scream burned through their minds. The last Oisirian had come, sensing the awakening of the one who had exterminated its race. The strength of the aliens' hatred was so powerful, it temporarily stopped the fighting going on outside the fortress's gates, as mortals fell to their knees in pain, and the demonium veneratores paused, warily looking in the direction of this new threat. The champion of Tzeentch screamed as it descended, speaking curses in its own tongue, which had no word for mercy. There was its moment, the one point where destiny could yet be rewritten, where chaos could turn his favor from the Dark Master before he could reclaim his full power. And so it plunged through Macragge's atmosphere like a burning comet, aimed directly at the arch-traitor. 4 limbs nimbled in eldritch fire, reached out for Guilliman's bare head, and froze. Chains of sorcerous light suddenly appeared in the air, wrapped around the ancient Xenos and anchored to the sanctum's walls, holding the last Oisirian in place. It screamed again in rage and outrage, and Guilliman smiled as his trap unfolded. Slowly, with an almost obscene gentleness, he reached up with his right gauntlet, stroking the alien's face as one might a faithful pet. Then, with a single motion, he stabbed his claws into the alien's skull, perforating its enlarged brain with energy-clad metal and ending its life before swallowing its soul as it desperately fled. The sorcerer's chains created by a spell laid down centuries before faded as the corpse hit the ground, and Guilliman turned his gaze towards his sons, who had remained immobile at the sanctum's entrance. "Kneel before me, my sons," said Robout Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, Arch-Traitor of the Imperium, and reborn Dark Master of Chaos. The monstrous will of the Primarch washed over the gathered Chaos Lords like a tidal wave, battering at their minds. It called upon the loyalty written into their blood, the conditioning all of them had undergone during their transformation into Space Marines. Even Be'lakor felt the urge to bend the knee, his infernal nature betraying him before the one who had claimed the favor of the gods, tearing the mantle of Dark Master from Be'lakor's millennia ago. The firstborn screamed in impotent rage as the will of the gods he sought to replace crushed on him, and finally forced him on his knees for the first time in uncounted ages. Castus was the first Chaos Lord to kneel, with an anguished cry as the strength he drew from the demon Paramades failed him for the first time. Then Titus fell down, his face contorted in pure grimace of hatred. Uriel stood for several more seconds, his body trembling with the effort of opposing Guliman's inhuman strength, before he too bowed before the pressure. Sicarius was the last to kneel, his monstrous pride proving a great bulwark against Guliman's domination, that all that anger, hatred, and determination of his cohorts, but not great enough in the end. Only Marius remained standing, staring at his father with burning eye sockets. "Kneel," repeated Guliman. "Never," replied the sacrificed son. "I will never kneel to you again." There was a pause, as the Dark Master watched his one defiant son, truly seeing him for the first time since he had risen from his throne. Something cold and inhuman passed on his cadaverous face, and when he spoke again, his words were dripped with venom. "You," said Guliman, "are not Marius." Far away in the realm of chaos, the clashing of blades and the spilling of blood stopped on the plains of slaughter. The court of change fell silent. The children of Nurgle stopped their game in their father's garden. The great debaucheries in the silver palace of Slaanesh paused. "No, I am not." On the ground, the Chaos Lords forced their heads to turn to stare at the sacrificed son in abject incomprehension. But he didn't look at them. His attention was wholly focused on Guliman. "Marius Gage is dead," continued the fiery-headed fiend. "He died 10,000 years ago, and his soul was devoured by the demon prince Samus. Nothing remains of him save echoes of pain and madness in the warp. But his name was a useful mask for me to hide behind." The sacrificed son changed. His horns and flaming skull vanished, replaced by an old Mark IV red helmet. His wings folded in on themselves and faded from existence. The ruinous emblems upon his armor seemed to fall off like a serpent's shed skin, while its colors returned to those of the 13 Legion had worn during the glorious days of the Great Crusade, save for the shoulder pads where the 13's emblem should have been displayed, which were painted over black. His claws diminished back into gauntlet hands that had held power sword and a pistol. "I am your shame and sins, writ large upon the universe, skin in fire and fury," proclaimed the revealed warrior. "I am all those you betrayed, every son you sent to die in the name of your ambition. I am the sacrificed son, the lord and last of the red marked, and you know my name. He has returned, the scourge of the Imperium, the arch-traitor of mankind, the root of all evil, the avatar of ruin, the dark master of chaos, the destroyer of Escador, the butcher of Ishvan, the cancer of the Ethereal Council. He has many names, but I will always call him Father. For 10,000 years, the galaxy had thought him dead, but I knew better. I knew his malice would not end so easily, knew that he would claw his way back from the grave he so rightfully deserves, sooner or later. Even after he betrayed me and tried to kill me and my brothers, even after everything I did in the rebellion to oppose him, we're still connected, still linked by the genetic and spiritual ties that bind every space marine to his Primarch. Sometimes I think the Emperor made his creation too well, other times not well enough. I knew he was alive and plotting from his place between life and death, scheming to cross back and claim vengeance for his past defeat. Because if there is one thing we still have in common, it's our determination. Neither of us have ever been able to take defeat and strive to just give up. And so I wandered, fighting ruin everywhere I went, in the dark places between stars where the Imperium feared to tread. I sought a way to finish what Fulgrim and the Emperor had started on Terra, a way to avenge my lost brothers, a way to kill the chosen of the Chaos Gods. For my sins, I found one. On the fringes of the galaxy, where gods and demons fear to tread, baited in blackless light, with a man even more desperate than I, my sole companion, I found the power I needed to bring an end to my legion's shame. It took us, remade us, and spat me back out. As far as I know, my companion is still in there, and though there's little emotion left to me, I still tremble when I think of his fate, and of what he might have become by the time he too is released. I am not sure the galaxy is ready for one such as him, but at the same time, he may be its only hope against what else is coming. Such things I have seen, such wonders and horrors, so many things I once would have thought impossible, had I even been able to imagine them. The galaxy is much bigger, so much stranger than we ever suspected, and so much more beautiful too, even though it took me centuries to be able to see it, that I will never be able to truly appreciate it again. For all its horrors, it is a place worth fighting to defend, a place worth dying for. And now, at the end of the age, my father rises from his throne once more, and the universe will scream before the end. Psychers across the stars weep without knowing why, sensing the terrible darkness that has returned to haunt the galaxy. The servants he has seated within the ranks of those who would oppose him know he is back as their leashes tighten around their necks, and they go about their appointed task with renewed vigor, afraid of failing their master and God. In the eye of terror, demon primarchs steer as ancient oaths of loyalty tug at their monstrous souls once more. It will be some time before they all realize what has happened, and by then it might be too late. The gate has been unlocked by those who did not know better. Its hinges have been oiled with the blood of my fallen brothers, and he has stepped back through. He is here, but so am I. The Battle of Macragge, Part 3. Know my name. In the skies above Macragge, the fleet of the Black Crusade, marshaled by Marius Gage, was still engaged with the planet's orbital defenses and the ships of the warbands that had gathered in answer to Marneus Calgar's call for reinforcements. The engagement had been going on without pause since the Sacrifice Sun's armies had reached the surface, and Macragge's orbit was filled with the husk of dead ships slowly turning into the void. The planet's defenders had been crippled by the Loathted Ones, but there were still many left unwilling to abandon the Legion's homeworld and run, and the captain of the Black Crusade reveled in the slaughter of such prey. On the bridge of Macragge's treachery, flagship of Marius Gage himself, the thing that had once been known as Edward de Lecoeur, stirred on his command throne. It had been centuries since the captain had fused with his ship, becoming little more than a head and a torso bound to an increasingly complex network of cables, not all of which were mechanical in nature. Secondary hearts pumped black blood in his remaining flesh, and nerve clusters transmitted his will across the corrupt vessel faster than even the most perfectly trained bridge crew. Centuries ago, before being forced to flee from the Imperial Navy under, entirely true by the way, accusations of piracy, Edward had been the lord and master of the crew's shining spear. After the loss of that ship to the endless battles of the Ruinstorm, he had been recruited by Marius Gage, and once he had proven his skills through a series of brutal engagements with the warlord's rivals, he had been selected to become the captain of the newly constructed Macragge's treachery. Had he known in advance what the post would entail, Delacour would have run as fast as he could and to the warp with his privileged position among Cage's circle. But by the time he realized what the heretics were doing to him, it was already too late. Since then, his mind had been transformed by the fusion with the ship to the point where he couldn't remember why he had feared this fate in the first place. Edward could sense every kill of the treachery, as if it were committed by his own hands, and he exulted in the power he wielded. For too long, the flagship had been consigned to Cal's immediate surroundings, where Gage's power was all but unchallenged. The Crusade was the first true war into which it had taken part, and it was glorious. Between the battle at the system's edge and this one, the fleet had crushed the pathetic slaves of the Avenging Sun with ease, all thanks to the Sacrifice Sun's superior planning. Edward has suggested to his lord that they could simply bombard Macragge from orbit until nothing remained but dust and ash. But Gage had rejected him. Apparently, he wouldn't trust his father's body had truly been destroyed until he had seen it with his own burning eyes. Edward admired the strength of his master's hatred, and he had to admit that the energy shields above the fortress of Hera were even more powerful than he had anticipated. So he guessed Cage had been right in insisting on a ground assault after all. From what the ship apexes were telling him, the situation planet-side was going well, with the Black Crusade having finally reached the fortress itself. The final battle was taking place, and Edward expected to receive word from Cage's triumph soon. He wondered what, if anything, the sacrificed son had planned to do after he finally completed his millennia-long revenge against the Gene-Sire who had sent him to his death during the legendary days of the Great Rebellion. He was pondering these matters while idly taking apart another frigate, when suddenly every sense he had linked to the treachery started shrieking, along with every alarm on the ship's bridge. He tore his attention away from the frigate just in time to see through the treachery's eyes as a rift opened in the turbulent tides of warp space, some distance further away from Macragge than the Black Crusade's fleet. Ship after ship emerged from the rift, bypassing the path of glory entirely, but Edward didn't care for how impossible that was. He was too busy gawking in shock and horror at the vessel leading the new armada. The Macragge's Honor, the ancient flagship of the 13th Legion, built in the great shipyards of Mars at the command of the false emperor himself, and given to his son Guilliman as the greatest vessel of the Ultramarine fleet. He recognized her from the data stored in some of the oldest cogitators of the ship, cannibalized from much more ancient vessels during the treachery's construction. Though the battleship had greatly changed since the last of these records, its shape and sheer size made it unmistakable even before its identity broadcast hit the treachery's receivers in a machine howl of domination and superiority. The biggest difference, and the one that alarmed Edward the most, was the immense cannon that had been added to the 26 kilometers long battleship. A monstrous thing of black metal and burning rune that hurt to look at even through the treachery's warp-focused senses. The twisted machine spirit of the treachery groaned in fear at the sight, and Edward knew then, without a doubt, the purpose for which that weapon had been crafted. To break through the iron cage, to let the Ultramarines outside of the 4th Legion's prison. When Edward had been given the command of the treachery, he had enjoyed the name of the ship. It was a declaration of intent and an insult to the Ultramarines still loyal to Guilliman's memory, an echo of the past shaped into the promise of future glory. But now that source of that name was here, sailing straight on an intercept course towards him. The name suddenly wasn't so funny anymore. Powerful as the treachery might be, it was still no match for the might of a true Gloriana-class battleship. Especially one such as the Macragge's Honor, which had been greatly enhanced by the Dark Mechanicum when the heretics repaired her during the Heresy's prolonged campaign. Still, mighty as she was, the battleship was still just one ship, alone against the might of the Black Crusade. It would not be able to triumph, though Edward didn't doubt it would reap a bloody tale before his destruction. His confidence returning, Edward prepared to send the orders that would bring the might of the Armada to bear. But his words died on his lips before he could begin to speak, as the censors of the Macragge's treachery screamed once more. More ships were appearing behind the Macragge's Honor, clad in the livery of the Ultramarines. Legion vessels, all of them. As their names reached Edward, he recognized them as ships thought to have been lost to the warp during the Long War, the Heresy, and even a few that had vanished during the Great Crusade, years before Guilliman even undertaken his fateful journey into the Eye of Terror in pursuit of the previous Dark Master of Chaos. All of them bore the traces of a long time spent in the ruin storm, their hulls warped and their weapons twisted by infernal power, with several lost entirely to the denizens of the warp, reborn in the hell forges of the Imperium into demon ships controlled by the mighty Neverborn. There were dozens of them, and though the Black Crusade fleet still outnumbered them, Edward wasn't so certain of their victory anymore. Then came the transmission, though it wasn't broadcast on any Vox frequency. Instead, it boomed into the heads of everyone aboard the Black Crusade fleet, driving many to their knees with the sheer volume. Edward swayed on his throne under the strength of the voice, crying out in pain for the first time since he had awoken from the surgery that had made him one with the ship. Lord Guilliman has returned. By his will, this petty feud is ended. Submit to him or die. From the chatter across the fleet, Edward was able to piece out that every psyker and witch had sensed the awakening of something monstrously powerful on the surface of Macragge. None of them were coherent enough to identify it properly, though. Alright, you can imagine it's a little bit of a problem. But many had already accepted the voice announcement and believed it to be the Primarch Guilliman. Rumors were circulating that Cage was already dead, destroyed utterly by the wrath of the Dark Master reborn, and that the alliance that had been painstakingly assembled over the course of centuries dissolved within minutes, faced with the threat of the Ultramarines' fleet and the arrival of such a powerful warlord. That had happened quickly, far too quickly in Edward's opinion. He suspected there must have been agents loyal to whoever the master of the Macragge's honor was scattered throughout the Black Crusade, waiting for the arrival of their true lord, so that they could switch sides and bring as many traitors along with them as possible. The few surviving ships of Calgar exulted, reveling in the divine providence that had seen them delivered from certain annihilation, chanting the praises of their spiritual liege and professing their undying loyalty. And just like that, the Black Crusade died before his eyes. Edward watched helplessly as his fleet tore itself apart. Whole warbands defected to the side of the Dark Master or seized the opportunity to settle old scores with their rivals, while others ran for the system's edge, sensing the wind had turned. The Macragge's honor and her fleet moved in, destroying all vessels, failing to broadcast their change of allegiances, and tore a path directly towards the treachery. The captain knew that he would not be given the chance to turn his coat. The insult to the legion that the flagship represented would not be tolerated. And even if he had, the treachery was screwed only with those most loyal to Gage's vision of a 13 legion freed from the grasp of Guilliman. Even Edward would rather choose death over submission. Some trace of the captain he had once been kindled in his soul as he saw the armada approach, and he gave the order to abandon the ship, knowing full well that this option was close to him. Tens of thousands of crew fled the Macragge's treachery, using every transport and evacuation pod available. Though where those lacking warp capabilities could expect any succor from the other ships, and the system was beyond Edward. To his surprise, all of the bridge crew remained on their stations, even those who weren't physically melded to them. The sight of them filled him with something like pride, something he hadn't felt for hundreds of years. When the Macragge's honor drew close, Edward bent all of his will to guiding the ship into acting as a replacement for the departed crew. The guns of the battleship boomed and unleashed an onslaught that could have ravaged entire worlds. But the shields and hulls of the Gloriana-class vessel absorbed it all with barely any visible damage. Still he continued firing, even as the main cannons of Macragge's honor charged, causing spikes on the energy readings of every Ocpex at Edward's disposal. He continued to fire, even as one of the Vox officers shouted above the din of alarms, groaning metal and raging fires, telling him that the planet-side battle has stopped, the two legions' armies clashing at the walls of the fortress of Hera, having heard the same proclamation as the fleet. The last thought of Edward de Lincourt was to wonder whether Gage had known this would happen all along. He hoped he had, even if it meant that he had been left to die by his lord. He hoped the sacrificed son had a plan. They faced one another, father and son, Primarch and Space Marine, though neither of them could accurately be described by such limiting terms anymore. Both of them had changed since the last time they had stood on the same world, reforged by cruel fates into beings of power and will rather than flesh and blood. One was the Dark Master of Chaos, chosen of the Dark Gods, and the other was something else entirely. Perhaps something powerful enough to stop what was to come, to prevent all the horrors Robout's return heralded, though that was yet to be seen. Behind them knelt the Lords of Chaos, champions of the Dark Gods, gathered for the Black Crusade and brought to heel by the indomitable will of Guilliman. Bellicor, Master of Shadows and firstborn son of the Chaos of Gods. I was about to say Chaos Gods. Whatever. Cato Sicarius, Warrior King of Espador and Champion of Slaanesh. Castus, Vessel of the Demon Prince Paramides. Titus, the Wrath of Khorne, and Uriel Ventris, the Drinker of Sorrows, who has submitted to no god, yet served them all with his every breath nonetheless. They had come here to destroy Guilliman, to break down the stasis field around his corpse, and end the possibility of his return forever. Each had joined the Sacrifice Son for their own reasons, united in force rarely seen among the traitor legions. But they had been too late, or rather, it slowly dawned upon them they had been deceived. They all saw things as they looked at the Primarch, at the rent in his chest where the Emperor's sword had run through him. They saw screaming, burning faces, and instinctively knew that these were the souls of all those scions of the 13 who had died in their crusade, reduced to mere kindling, consumed to fuel the resurrection of the Dark Master of Chaos. They understood that they had been manipulated, moved like pawns on a chessboard to bring about the return of Robout Guilliman, and Fury battled with dread within their black hearts. And yet when their leader stood before their arch-enemy and suddenly revealed that he too had been deceiving them from the very start, the only emotion they could feel was shock. They all stared at the red-helmeted space marine who defied the will of Guilliman, and their minds churned and turned in sheer stupefied incomprehension. "Ionoid Thiel," said Guilliman softly, his voice echoing unnaturally into the chamber, as if spoken by all the statues and frescoes at once. Behind the Sacrifice Son, the Lord of Chaos twitched, as they too recognized the name from the Ultramarine legends. "I do remember you. A sergeant of the 13th chapter, 137th company, the red-marked who led the other cast-offs on Ishvan III, who didn't even have the decency to die when ordered. Such a disappointment you were. And yet, I confess, I did not see this coming. Marius Gage was supposed to be my greatest servant by gathering the mightiest lords among the Ultramarines and bringing them to me, that they may kneel and serve as in their place. That they may kneel and serve, as is their place. Then he too would kneel, and the Legion would be reunited under my command. And instead, here you are, a ghost of the past, masquerading as a prince of the warp. How?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" replied the Sacrifice Son, and though his helmet hid his face, all could hear the smile on his face. Sure. Cold, vicious, and hungry for vengeance after being denied it for so long. He raised the pistol he held in his left hand, and without hesitation shot directly into the face of the resurrected Primarch. The bolt of plasma tore through the air, superheating the molecules in its path, only to detonate against the sorcerer's barrier surrounding the Dark Master's bare head without causing any damage. Unfazed, Ionoid discarded the weapon, which turned to mist the moment it left his hand, and drew instead another power sword before charging the traitor Primarch, the blade manifesting out of nothingness into his very ready grip. Guilliman raised one of his hands, clad in the talons of might, forged by the Dark Mechanicum in a grotesque parody of the Talon of Horus, granted onto the War Master to mark his ascension on Ulanor. Psychic power surged through him and burst from the claws in a torrent of dark lightning. But instead of throwing Ionoid to the ground in agony, it washed over him harmlessly, cancelled out by another, seemingly equal power. The Archtraitor frowned and went forth to meet his treacherous son's charge head-on. The two warlords clashed with a thunderous boom, blades meeting claw and showers of sparks. Ionoid was far smaller than his Primarch, but he was more agile and his swords were just a little longer than the Talon's claws, allowing him to parry Guilliman's attacks away. Guilliman remained where he stood, while the sacrificed sun danced around him, moving faster than any mere space marine should have been capable of doing, dodging blows that not even a master duelist would have seen coming with apparent ease. "What are you?" asked Guilliman, as the two of them fought. "The Aranoid who led the failures of my legion was no psyker. Where did you find this power? To whom did you sell your soul?" Ionoid didn't answer. He just kept fighting, displaying breathtaking skill with every blow and parry. Again and again, Guilliman called upon his mantle of power, unleashing terrible energies against his son, forces that would have vaporized the tank or driven entire crowds to soul-rendering madness. But each time, the attack simply slid off the red mark, and the wrath of the arch-traitor grew with each failure. As it did, his concentration on the other present in the sanctuary waned, and Be'lakor was able to break through the compulsion of his infernal nature. The Master of Shadows stood, clad in the tattered remnants of his glory, eyes blazing with a hatred he had nurtured longer even than Anoid has his own. Be'lakor cared nothing for the sacrificed son's deceit. Not when the source of all his woes in the last 10 millennia stood before him, alive once more. The sacrificed son leapt backwards as Be'lakor flew towards Guilliman, enveloping his ancient foe and lifting him in the air while unleashing the full measure of his wrath. Guilliman was caught off guard and reacted too late to evade the firstborn, who clawed at Guilliman's armor and sorceress protections. Tears began to appear in the ancient warplate as the Master of Shadows managed to pierce Guilliman's shields, overpowering them through the sheer strength of his hate. For all of Be'lakor's spite, Guilliman's darkling soul had been tempered by an eternity suspended out of time, and his mastery of the war powers had grown 100-fold. The Dark Master struck back, drawing upon his mantle of power to shatter Be'lakor's hold onto the half-reality of the Rune Storm. Hallowing in tortured rage, the Demon Prince began to dissolve, but Guilliman wasn't done. He reached into the threads of the warp energies composing the very essence of Be'lakor, what had become of his ancient soul after he had been elevated to demonhood countless millennia ago. To mortal eyes, it looked as if the talons were glowing with unholy radiance as they tore through ribbons of smoke, but all those present were so much more than merely mortals. They saw Guilliman rip Be'lakor's essence to shreds, casting him back into the Imperium with his leftover power scattered. This was more than a mere banishment, and only the gods knew how long it would be before the Master of Shadows would be able to gather enough of himself back together to be able to manifest. Not since Be'lakor's first confrontation with Guilliman at the heart of the Eye of Terror had the Firstborn been so thoroughly defeated, and his howls of rage at his defeat spread far and wide across the warp, waking his cultists and pawns throughout the galaxy. One thing was different this time, for as the Firstborn vanished, two silhouettes were left behind, emerging from dissipating shadows. They were pale and translucid, but undeniably human, and Robout knew them well. The others in the room knew them too, having seen their likeness in temples dedicated to the Avenging Sun, or in Anoid's case, picts and recordings. Silence fell in the room as all watched, feeling the weight of destiny, in the god's gaze. The ghosts of Connor Guilliman and Tarasha Euten walked towards the one both of them had regarded as a son when they had been alive. The violent banishment of Be'lakor had finally broken the demon's hold onto their souls, and they were free for the first time since that terrible night of blood and fire, when the Firstborn had manipulated the lords of Macragge and orchestrated their deaths, making Robout take his first step on the road to damnation. The Lord of Macragge and his seneschal approached the Primarch, their steps floating a few centimeters above the marble floor. "Robout," they said, and their voice was full of kindness and compassion and understanding, as well as sadness and regret. "It is over. You can stop now. You don't need to go on." Connor's ghost reached out to his son with an ethereal hand, A supernatural silence fell upon the scene, as if the gods themselves were holding their breath for what would happen next. "We can help you, my son. You have accomplished what you set out to do. Do you remember? Don't need to listen to them anymore." At the sight of his parents, the face of Robout softened for the first time since he had been imprisoned within his stasis field. The infernal glow of his eyes dimmed. For a moment he appeared almost human again, or at least as human as any Primarch could ever be. "They lied to you," whispered the Eoten's wraith. "They have always lied to you. But you are stronger than they think. You can break from their chains and be free. You can reclaim your destiny." "I know my destiny," said Robout, his voice almost breaking with emotion. "And nothing will turn me away from it. Not even you." The fire in the Primarch's eyes ignited anew. He stood straighter, and the shadows in the chamber seemed deepened. Then Robout Guilliman, avenging son no longer, walked directly through the ghosts of Connor and Eoten, the spirits turning into mist at the contact of his rune-marked armor, with a last pleading mournful cry that went as unanswered as their previous calls. "You actually did it," called out Enoid, and the hatred was gone from his voice, replaced by disbelief and bitterness. Some part of me thought that maybe, just maybe, there's something left in you of the man I admired. I guess I was wrong. That was your parents, you bastard. I'm just thinking about you, Kilkenny, you bastards. Your last chance to turn back from the path you were set upon by their lies. Your last chance to choose, Robout. There is nothing left, is there? The Dark Gods have taken everything. You really are just a monster now. They took my weakness and filled the void with power, spat back Guilliman. And you are ill-placed to speak such accusations, Enoid. How different from me are you? This power you possess is not something a mere mortal could ever hope to wield. Now enough of these games. If you will not submit, then you will die. Kill him, my sons. The Lords of Chaos groaned and trembled as the will of their Primarch hit them, forcing its way past their mental defenses and into the deepest-rooted obediences that was rewritten into the Space Marines' very genetic code, or gene code. The 4 Chaos Marines rose slowly, hesitantly struggling against the invasion of their thoughts. All of them were strong, but they weren't strong enough, and Robout spoke for the gods to whom their souls belonged. One by one, their resistance faded, and they drew their weapons and began to walk towards the sacrificed sun. Except for Titus. Every second he had spent forced to his knees, his fury had grown, stoked to heights it had never reached before by the humiliation, the loss of control. Of all the Lords of Chaos who railed the sacrificed son's banner, only Titus had done so out of desire to destroy all of the 13 Legion. The revelation of Marius' caged true identity had shaken the others, made them reconsider their positions and allegiances in the grand scheme of things. But Titus didn't care. If anything, the revelation that the sacrificed son was Eonitaio, the legendary renegade whose infamous deeds were still recounted across the Ruinstorm to this day as a warning to those who would dare betray the legacy of Guilliman, only reinforced his decision to stand with him. Titus screamed, and all of his rage and hatred, and even though the Lord of Skull's power flowed into Guilliman along with that of the other Chaos Gods, the dark gifts of Titus had earned through his service answered his fury. Power flooded Titus, yes, breaking Guilliman's hold onto his psyche, and the wrath of Khorne launched himself against the 3 former allies, still in the thralls of the Dark Master of Chaos. For Khorne cares not whence the blood flows, only that it does. Even with their minds dominated, the Lords of Chaos, I was about to say Lords of Change, the Lords of Chaos were still great warriors, and they immediately reacted to Titus' assault. Sicarius' infernal blade caught Titus's chainsword and turned aside an attack that would have severed the warrior king's neck, but there was still enough strength behind the blows to send him reeling backwards. Castus Maul flew, and Titus ducked under the blow and struck the back, his weapon's teeth tearing a great rent in the Plague Lord's chestplate, rotting entrails and foul black blood pouring from the wound. When Titus's blade was stopped as it met the strange Xenos sword of Uriel Ventris, the Drinker of Sorrow grimaced under his helmet as he struggled against the terrible strength of the Wrath of Khorne, while sparks of alien energies filled the air between the two of them as the field surrounding Uriel's blade met the infernal power dwelling within Titus's chainsword. And all the while, Titus continued to scream in incoherent fury, his rage fueled by every pain, every torment he had suffered at the hands of the 13th Legion, and not even the shackles of the Blood God could stop him. Blocking Uriel in place with the strength of a single arm, he punched the Drinker of Sorrows. I was about to say the Soul Drinker. I really should continue those books. He punched the Drinker of Sorrows with the other, sending him flying directly into one of the Sanctum's columns. Such was the strength behind the blow that the pillar cracked and fell, cutting the Lord of Chaos from the Sacrificed Sun, the Lords of Chaos from the Sacrificed Sun and the Primarch, in a shower of broken masonry. Uriel forced himself to his feet, ignoring the pain of his bruised bones, just in time to see Titus freeze as the point of Sicarius' sword burst out of his chest. Blood flowed through the wound as the blade sorcery prevented Titus' healing from kicking in. It was clear to all that this was a mortal blow. All but Titus, that is. Instead of falling down and dying, the Wrath of Khorne turned, tearing the sword still embedded into his chest from the hands of the warrior king. Sicarius could only watch in shock as the warlord he was sure he had slain struck back one last time, his chainsword cutting a bloody trail from Sicarius' left shoulder to his right hip, eviscerating him. The champion of Khorne and Slaanesh fell together. Titus dead before he hit the ground, Sicarius kept in atrocious agony as the demonic power he had claimed from Amniak the Golden surged to heal the terrible wound. And that's unfortunate. I really like Titus in this one. On the other side of the newly formed barrier, the Sacrificed Sun laughed. See? Even after everything you have done, everything you have cast aside, there are still some among your sons who can defy your power. How does it feel, Father? Robut turned from the rubble and glared at Anoid. Without a word, he marched towards his son, his talons covered in writhing eldritch energies. The Sacrificed Sun raised his blades, and the two of them started battling again. But something was different now. Perhaps it was Guilliman's anger was more powerful than before. Perhaps it was that the Primarch no longer needed to keep part of his attention on holding down the Lords of Chaos. Or perhaps it was that whatever font of power Anoid had been calling it upon was slowly running dry. Regardless of the cause, the Sacrificed Sun was being driven back, step by step. Inevitably, Anoid was too slow. He didn't dodge fast enough, and the first blow he took threw him off balance. The next blow caught him right in the chest. Guilliman's right talon pierced through his chest, and 4 claws bursting out of his back in a shower of blood. The shock and pain, more than the energies ridding the talon than the actual wound, forced Anoid's hands open, and the swords fell, vanishing into thin air before they even hit the ground. "Now you will answer me, insolent cur," growled Guilliman. "How did you gain such might?" "You always love to talk. I see that. At least hasn't changed." Impaled on the talons, Anoid took a shuddering breath before continuing speaking, sounding like a condemned man finally unburdening his conscience. "Here's the truth then. I searched for a long time, and finally, I found a way to turn the power of chaos against itself, and with that power I returned to the Ruinstorm and took up the name of Marius Cage. He was long since dead by then, having offered up his soul to the demon prince Samus, but his name still carried great respect in the 13th Legion. I took it, disguised myself as a demon prince using my new power, and launched the first attack on this world, shattering the Ultramarines' remaining unity in the wake of your fall. Anoid lowered his head, staring directly into the burning eyes of his father. Ever since then, I have fought against you and your pawns. Without pause, without witness, without hope, without reward, I have fought to keep the galaxy safe from the Ultramarines, ensuring that the chapters remained divided, that the Legion was kept at its own throat. And I have succeeded, Father. Do you know what the other traitor legions think of the 13 now? They think you are a joke. They think the last 10 millennia of endless failure are the gods' punishment upon you. And in a way they are right, for the only power I used to accomplish all this was that of chaos itself. Tell me, isn't that funny? Guilliman laughed, a deep and horrible sound that caused the damaged frescoes and statues to twist in anguish. When his hilarity died down, his voice was thick with contempt. I suppose it is funny, you pathetic fool. Do you really think you will succeed? Even your defiance you served me, by purging my legion of the weak from its ranks. Now by gathering those worthy of kneeling at my feet. I am the dark master of chaos, and all who bear the mark of ruin are mine. Chaos cannot be turned against itself. Many have tried before you, and they all met the same fate. They ended up serving the powers they hoped to defeat. You are no different. You are wrong. Anoid laughed weakly, red blood slipping from his mouth with every word. There is, or rather there was, a way. Or have your masters concealed that from you as well? No, I can see that you know what I speak of. Oh yes, I found it, Father. I found the tomb and opened it. You lie, shouted Guilliman, shaking the sacrifice son, his claws tearing his insides apart. Yes, I know of what you speak, but it is impossible for that power to be the one you wield. He is dead, dead and gone and forgotten, the very memory of his existence wiped from the universe. Yes, whispered Anoid, despite the terrible pain. But the warp forgets nothing, and even dead gods can dream. With a furious roar, Guilliman threw Anoid through the room, sending him flying and crashing on the marble floor. Anoid cried out for the first time in the battle as his spine was crushed inside his armor, and the pain was even greater when the wound healed and the broken pieces of bone and nerve ending were forcefully reconnected. He stayed on the ground, trembling, trying to fight through the pain. Not yet, he thought to himself. I can't just stop yet. Need more time. It doesn't matter, shouted Guilliman. Even if you are the avatar of his lingering power, it changes nothing. You will die here, now, and the last dying gasps of that failed god will have been in vain. You are nothing more than one more trial put onto my path by the gods to prove my worth to them before I reclaim my rightful place as the supreme lord of chaos. Slowly, painfully, the sacrifice son rose to his feet. His helmet was done, smashed to pieces by the impact, and his power was nearly exhausted, so he couldn't call upon it to replace the headgear. His face, revealed for the first time in uncounted centuries, was battered and bruised. And yet he was still smiling, and that, more than anything else, made Guilliman wary. You always were so blind, always so sure. You knew what was going on, but now, as before, you are blind. Blinded by your pride, and your certitude everything is about you. I am not the Avatar. Nor was this ever about killing you. Anoid's trembling right hand reached into the pouch at his belt and produced a small cylinder of metal with a red button at one extremity already pushed and a blinking red light on the shaft. Too late, Robout. You are too late. The moment the final word left Anoid's lip, the ground shook, and a fraction of a second later, a monstrous shockwave hit the sanctum. What have you done? roared Guilliman, fighting to keep his footing as the floor broke apart under the strain of the quakes. "The bomb Titus found on Graya," gasped Aonade. "I had my tech priest study it and replicate it, except about 100 times more powerful. They placed it into the temple where we found Belacor. I pressed the detonator the moment I saw you rise up. All that remained was to keep you busy, and not buy enough time for the detonation sequence to reach completion. First I'll fire you, Senoiskador. And now, tell me, almighty, dark master of chaos, how does it feel to be beaten by the same trick twice?" Guilliman howled, almost entirely lost to rage. He could feel the destruction spreading from the detonation, the utter obliteration of hundreds of millions of cultists, and the spreading of the destruction across all of Macragge. He could sense the death of his homeworld and smell his ambition turn to ash alongside the very first world he had ever conquered. But there were still things that could be salvaged. Guilliman drew all of his power to him, and in a godlike feat of sorcery and willpower, reached out to every ultramarine on the planet. He seized them, body and soul, and teleported them aboard the armada holding into orbit above, throwing them into empty holes without caring for their comfort. The warriors from the other legions, who had railed the sacrificed son, were abandoned on the planet, left to urgently call for their ships to send transport to their location before their doom reached them. Very few would survive to reach the vessels, and those would face the difficult decision of choosing what to do next. As for Guilliman himself, he vanished as well, with one last venomous glare at the bleeding, broken form of Aonade, who was still smiling, even as the sanctum fell to pieces around him. Here he is, he has come. He has risen from his throne, reborn in the blood of his children. By betrayal was he elevated once, by betrayal has he risen again. The great sea screams and the future burns. I see stars turn to ash. I see a rain of death on 1,000,000 worlds. I see the poison of chaos spread through the galaxy's soul. I see doom come for all. I hear the cries of trillion souls caught in eternal torment, the promise of an imperium of chaos. Weep and mourn, children of the Emperor, for hope dies and salvation burns. The galaxy's spire has been lit, and all will scream before the ashes settle. The lost and the damned are coming, a host beyond counting, forged into blade wielded by his single terrible hand. The end is here, and yet I see another. Can it be? O God Emperor, can it be? The sun, he is here. Fire and death. I see the red mark, and I hear the laughter of a man. Then the screams of the gods. I see defiance onto oblivion, and the embers of hope rekindled. A victory paid for in blood. The schemes of the great betrayer undone. I hear the cracking of a world, the unmaking of the great nightmare. I see it fall in fires and ruins. Its legacy of evil ended at last. Fallen, all of it, fallen. Macragge is fallen. From the ramblings of Imperial Seer Dominic just before his death from massive cardiac arrest. It sounds like something that would cause that, to be honest. It was done. He could taste blood, ash and dust in his mouth. Every part of his body hurt, and he could feel what he believed to be his own soul slowly falling apart as the last of his eldritch powers were drained. That was good, he decided. This was how a victory like this should feel. Anoid Tile forced himself to his feet as the sanctum collapsed around him, its ancient foundations giving way before the force of the tremors shaking the entire world. A wall collapsed, revealing the exterior. The fortress of Hera was falling apart, and not too far away he could see the temple of Ptolemy tumbling down. The horizon was lit with the light of the unimaginably large explosion that had gutted the world, and the sound of destruction were so loud they were almost drowned out the screams of the dying. Almost, but not quite. Billions were dying, their last moments of terror and panic as their god returned, only to abandon them to their fate. The sacrificed son took no pleasure in this. For all the bravado he had shown to Guilliman, he too had been born of this world, what seemed like 100 lifetimes. To watch it die even now tore what remained of his heart to pieces. But it had to be done. Didn't it? Macragge was no longer the world he remembered from half-forgotten childhood memories. It had become hell. A place where souls were damned from the very birth, made into servants and sacrifices to chaos. A realm of torments, dedicated to fulfilling Guilliman's made ambitions. Surely it was better to end it, to destroy it all in the fire, and deny the arch-traitor the legions of cultists he would have been able to rise from the planet for his new crusade against the Imperium. Wasn't it? So many questions. The truth was, Aranith didn't know. Perhaps it would have been better if he had died all that time ago, during the Heresy, instead of surviving and leaving his armor behind for the Alpha Legion to find while he vanished into the shadows of history. Perhaps it would have been better if he had fallen during the 10,000 years that had followed. Better if he had fallen to one of the many, many enemies of mankind he had fought against during these long centuries, and had never found the tomb, buried deep between the black light of that hateful star in that backward sector. Perhaps, yes, perhaps the galaxy would have been better off then. At the very least, with the power of the dead god still trapped within, the tomb would have remained in balance, and would have unleashed its evil upon an entire sector, haunting its worlds with its baleful radiance. So many had died or suffered fates far worse than death as a result of his actions. Words had screamed in the past, present, and future, for the works of the gods were unbound by temporal casualty. Had Guilliman been right in the end? Had all his actions served chaos? No, he did not believe that. He couldn't believe that. He had accomplished so much since he found himself cast into the ruin storm, stripped of much of his humanity by the eldritch powers of that terrible tomb. Knowledge of what was to come had helped him ensure that the Imperium was kept safe from the depredations of the 13th Legion. He was not prideful enough to think he alone had protected mankind from the Ultramarines, but he knew he had played a great part in it. Even if the Iron Warriors would never know it, it was in part thanks to him that the Iron Cage still held. He still remembered that awful moment of revelation, when he had understood what had happened to he had realized that he had been cast through time as well as space. And soon after that revelation had came another one, as he sought the first attack by Marius Cage on Macragge, determined to ensure that things proceeded as he remembered them, only to find that there was no sacrificed son, emerging from the warp to lead the disbelievers of Guilliman's divinity. And so he had done the only thing he could think of. He had become Marius Cage, rather than risk altering the course of history. The 13th Legion had to be broken, and he had done so. It had been disturbingly easy to play the part of Marius, a son betrayed and cast away by his own father, left to burn on the altar of Guilliman's ambition. That was all too familiar to Annoid Tael. He had rallied the discontents and the cast-offs to him, and together they had shattered the Ultramarines' unity beyond the ability of any chapter master to repair. He had known this would lead to the creation of the Loathed Ones. He had learned of their existence, and dismal texts seized from the 13th Legion cultists during his mortal life. It bothered him how easy it had been for him to sentence those who had been his brothers to such a terrible fate, all so that he could make use of them at a later date. Many a night he had spent in his quarters, darkly pondering just how much of himself had been left after the tomb had been done with him. Centuries later, when the War of the Beast had ended, he had heard the clamors of war as the traitor legion sought to seize the opportunity the orcs had unwittingly provided them. With the Imperium brought to the very brink of collapse by the Greenskins, there was little left to stand in the way of the Chaos Marines. Again, Annoid had acted to protect mankind, but this time he hadn't done so alone. He had reached out to the Hydra, using frequencies and encryption sequences engraved upon the armor he had entrusted to them, and warned them of what was coming. They had created the Ascended One, the ultramarine warlord who led the 13 Legion out of the Ruinstorm and directly into the path of the other traitor legions pouring out of the Eye of Terror. One of the 20th's own heroes had volunteered for the part, his entire identity erased and rebuilt through hypno-conditioning, so thorough not even Corvus Corax had been able to see through it when they had faced each other aboard that hateful demon ship that had become his flagship. Anoid had met the Ascended One only once, in his disguise as Marius Cage, and passed just enough of his power to him that he could pass for a demon prince too. And fool even the Dark Gods as Eonid had. Of course, that power hadn't been enough to face the Raven Lord, which was why the Alpha Legion had made sure that the demon ship had exploded when the two had come face to face. With both their leaders gone, the two forces had destroyed each other, the remnants scattered, an easy prey for a resurgent Imperium. The sons of Alpharius had never known the true nature of their informant. Oh, Anoid didn't doubt that there had been plenty who had suspected it had been him behind the mysterious intel drops and acts of sabotage. But none had learned behind which face he hid in the Ruinstorm. There were only 3 people in all the galaxy who knew what Anoid Tayo had done in the name of duty. Himself, the friend who had journeyed with him in the tomb for reasons of his own, and the Emperor. Often he had wondered what would happen if he left the Ruinstorm, if he sought his former mortal self. Would he even survive outside the Ruinstorm? Could he warn his past self of what was to come? Or had some of the demons he had fought during his long, secret crusade actually been those very messengers, trying to deliver knowledge from the future? In the end, he had abandoned the idea. His destiny was laid before him, to claim the name of Marius Cage in order to hide his own from all, even from the Dark Gods themselves, even from himself sometimes. For centuries he had lost himself to the act, forgotten who he really was, and became the sacrificed son in truth rather than in pretend. He had done terrible things in that state, things that would haunt him until the end, which now seemed close, at last. And what an end it had been. Not only had he deprived Guilliman from his cultist army and his planetary base, he had also made sure that the Imperial prisoners of Mortendar were freed. He had manipulated the forces sent to attack the prison world to help the Imperial captives escape, band together and seize one of the smaller ships, which just so happened to be fully warp capable and crewed by a recently captured navigator, whose loyalty was still to the Golden Throne, even after everything she had endured in the Ruinstorm. They would carry word of what had happened at Macragge, and the Imperium would have no choice but to listen. After all, not even the Iron Warriors could ignore the word of a living saint and several Lord Inquisitors among others. The last Osirian had been destroyed too. Had the vile Xenos been left alone on his nightmare planning to torment his thralls, it would soon have mastered his dark gifts, and humanity would have suffered greatly at its hands. By calling it to the Black Crusade, a temptation he knew the alien wouldn't be able to resist, Anoid had ensured that the Changer of Ways was denied one of its potentially most dangerous pieces in the age to come. A small thing, perhaps, when compared to the magnitude of Guilliman's threat, but where the Great Deceiver was concerned, there were no threats too small not to crush while there was still time to do so. Anoid was pulled from his remembrance as the clouds of smoke and dust parted, revealing an unsuspected sight. With the detonation of the warp bomb, the Imperium had been pushed back for a time, and the skies of Macragge showed real stars for the first time since the Ruinstorm had been unleashed. How long had it been, Anoid wondered, since he had seen the true stars rather than the many-hued madnesses of the warp? Ever since he had arrived in the Ruinstorm, after his reforging, he had known without knowing why, that to leave the Ruinstorm would destroy him. Perhaps the paradox of being? Ever since he had arrived, or perhaps the paradox of being in two places at once would be too much. Or perhaps without the energies of the warp, he wouldn't be able to sustain his material form. As he looked to the heavens with a smile on his face, Anoid felt the last of his life burn away. He didn't look down, but he sensed his body dissolve, turning to mist. Then, to nothing at all. He closed his eyes and let oblivion swallow him. His soul faded as the last of his power was exhausted, consumed by the very fire that had driven him so far. Except for one spark, the tiniest fragment of his soul, a shard of the sacrificed son's core identity. That spark was caught in the psychic wave of Macragge's destruction. It was cast through the raging tides of the Imperium into the depths where the Chaos Gods dare not reach, and surfaced again, in another, more ignorant age, and that spark embedded itself into the newborn body of a son of Macragge, who will grow up under the rule of Roboutian Guilliman, and be chosen to join the Ultramarines once the Great Crusade reached the 500 worlds. And the name of that child, now and forever, was Anoid Tael. Alone, in one of Macragge's honors observation bays, Roboutian Guilliman watched as the corpse of his homeworld fell to pieces. The ships that had been fighting mere hours ago for control of the planet's orbit were fleeing from it, fearful of being dragged into its fiery destruction. The explosion of the warp bomb was over, and the Empyrean was already moving back to reclaim the area from where it had been expelled by the detonation. Tendrils of warp energy seized shards of the world, dragging them deeper into the Sea of Souls. Flocks of Neverborn fed upon the suffering and terror that saturated these lifeless rocks before discarding them and moving on to the next. The rest of the system was also suffering the consequences of Macragge's destruction. The path to glory was no more, and the ancient spells that had preserved the balance of Macragge had unraveled. The remaining demon worlds were once more being fought over by the hordes of the dark gods, with the legions of the blood god fighting through the marshes of Thulium, and the hosts of the changing god flocking to the Laphis gardens. Ardium was already lost to the madness since the passing of the last Osirian, and even the infernal legions of chaos were weary of the slumbering one's power. As for Nova Thulium, nothing had really changed there. The war just went on. The Dark Master of Chaos was alone, for none dared to risk drawing his terrible wrath upon them. The very air was trembling with Guilliman's barely contained fury. The army of cultists he had spent millennia carefully cultivating gone. The ruinous artifacts and secrets they had accumulated, gone. The gene labs and all their relics held in the vaults of the fortress of Hera, gone. In one single blow, Anoid had taken more resources from him than 100 Chaos Lords could ever hope to possess. His plans were in tatters, and though the situation could still be salvaged, he would need to rethink his ongoing campaign completely. And to top it all off, Anoid's soul had vanished. The very thing Robout had done after reaching the Macragge's honor had been to try and capture the shade of the renegade. Such torment he would have visited upon him to punish him for his treachery. But he had found nothing. Anoid's soul had completely vanished upon the destruction of Macragge, and no amount of threats could make the Neverborn swarming around the planet's husk deliver it to him. And so he stayed there, alone, brooded darkly over the ruination of his schemes, while his faithful Tetrarchs worked to bring the armies under his command into order. Until he sensed a new presence. Suddenly, with him in the observation bay, where there had been none before, Guilliman knew this presence. He turned and faced the entity his sons knew as the Gravekeeper. The ancient demon of Nurgle stood tall in its black robes, showing no sign of how he had entered the restricted area of the ship. But Robout didn't care about that. "We had a pact, demon," the Dark Master sneered, fighting to contain his anger. Fighting against the Neverborn would solve nothing. In return for all the bodies of those who died in the ruin storm, you were to protect Macragge, to ensure that the balance was maintained. Why did you let this happen? He accused, pointing to the destroyed world visible through the reinforced glass. The details of our pact were clear, replied the Gravekeeper in a deep, raspy voice. Macragge would be preserved until you rose from your slumber. You were already risen when the bomb exploded, were you not? I kept my end of the bargain, Robout, and our pact is now ended. I did not forget this, said Robout. You know everything that occurs in the Ruin Storm. As part of your duties as Gravekeeper. You must have known about the bomb, yet you did nothing as it was planted on Macragge, and when Mortendar was lost, then, too, you did nothing. Do not believe that there won't be consequences for this scion of the Plague God. The demon laughed, a sound wholly inhuman, yet which caused Guilliman no discomfort. Are you threatening me, Robout? Yes, replied the arch-traitor bluntly. These are the times of ending, demon. This is the prophesied hour for me to return and finish what I started. I will not allow anyone to interfere with my plans. Not even one such as you. My, how scary, chuckled the Gravekeeper. I can see I am now welcome here, so I will leave. But Robout, I will forgive you this time, since you are clearly not in the best of moods. But you should be more careful in the future. Your position among the courts of chaos is far from being what it was before. You can ill afford to turn potential allies against you. With these words, the Gravekeeper vanished, leaving Macragge's honor in the same way he had arrived. Left alone, Guilliman's mind went back to the exchange he had just had with the servant of Nurgle. He focused not on the words of the conversation, but on what he had seen. Thanks to the blessings of the Dark Gods, his eyes could pierce through the disguise of the Neverborn and see their true form. Yet he had still been unable to see through the Gravekeeper's glamour. Seeing only the hooded silhouette, the demon allowed the rest of the universe to see. And yet, during that final moment when the demon had turned to take its leave, Guilliman caught a glimpse of the creature's hands inside his black robes. They had been skeletal, without any skin, muscle, or tendon left. But there had been something strange. He froze. He remembered now. In that final moment, just before the Gravekeeper had vanished, on one of its fingers, there had been a speck of silver.